here from Purina. Sorry for this late notice, but we're going to be 15 to 20 minutes late to start. There's just a few people coming in, and just we need to make sure that some precautions are in place. So just 15 to 20 more minutes, so we will start at 11 a.m. All right? Thank you, and see you in a bit. Hi again, everyone. Thank you for waiting. We're going to start actually now, a couple of minutes earlier than 11. So for those who don't know me, my name is Jeff. I look after the business development of Purina Pro Plan in the region. And honestly, 2 years ago, we had a similar meeting where we presented to you Fortiflora, which for us was the biggest innovation, something we're super proud of. And then fast forward to post-COVID, I would say, times, here we are again presenting to you HydraCare, which for us is really the next big evolution and innovation. And I don't want to talk too much about it because we have plenty of speakers today that will go through it. But before we start, one thing that's very important is I would like to ask Rashid, who's from the security team at the Fairmont, to give us a quick brief.
Thank you, Jeff. Good morning. Welcome to Fairmont Deepam. My name is Rashid Khan. I'm Assistant Security Manager. I will take few minutes. First of all, as we are fighting together with the COVID-19, and we fight it and we will fight, and situation is getting better, but we still to be very careful. While moving out and moving around, make sure the mask is on. And while you are going for the breaks, also you have to make sure only during the eating and drinking time you can remove the mask. And I believe everyone is vaccinated, and for update to you that our hotel staff 100% are vaccinated. Moving forward, talk about fire life safety. What is fire? It's a contamination of three elements. Heat, fuel, and oxygen. But what these four letters saying to us, if we will follow that one, we can fight with the fire. So means first word F, find the fire. Who can find? Anyone of us, or we have detector system that can detect. So when we see the fire, we need to inform. Detectors can inform us. They can indicate in our fire panel, which is one of the advanced systems that we have, American brand Simplex. It will detect to us, and we will have 30 seconds to attend that alarm. Within 3 minutes, we have to investigate. But in case you will find what you have to do, then the next letter is I. I means you need to inform. So there is certain reason to inform, means certain ways to inform, like smoke detector will activate, it will give us the indication and give the location. If you will find, you can inform us by the approaching to any of the staff, or you will find the manual call points or pull station near the staircases. The next word, R. R means react or restrict. If you are the one observer, you are the one who find the fire, you can restrict by closing the door while leaving. And react means you have to take the right way, what you have to do now. The last word is E, evacuate. So for the evacuation, we have to make sure that we are familiar with the place. Once you're moving out from this room, on the left side corridor you will walk, and then you will turn to the right side. After the reception, there is a grand staircase which is leading to the ground floor, LG, lower ground. So we have total 8 staircases in this floor, all leading to the basement, but we will request you to end up in the LG level, lower ground. From the lower ground, you will move forward to beach side. Our assembly point will be in the beach area. Our emergency team, definitely they will be on the staircases and they will guide you all as well. Once you will be out, stay out. You have to wait for the announcement from the fire marshal, which is our duty manager. Once they will confirm, then you have to move back to the hotel. And the last thing, once you are going for your breaks and moving outside, you have to make sure for your valuable things. We don't have any cameras inside the room, so it's your responsibility to take care of your belongings. Any question? Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Rashid. I think our learning journey today started with learning what FIRE stands for. So thank you, Rashid, and thank you guys for pointing out that I had the mask on. So the agenda for today is quite a nice agenda. We have, as you see on the right, a lot of speakers, and I'll quickly go through how we're going to spend the day together. So we're part of the welcome speech. As you know, we're maybe 20 minutes behind the schedule. We'll see if we can accelerate as we go. The first speaker is Peter Turner. And if you notice, this has nothing to do with science or hydration, or this is a pure soft skill, I would say, session. It appeals to all of us, whether within the work-life hours or outside it. Really some great stuff from Peter to teach us how to find motivation, so looking forward to that part. After Peter and the engaging session, we're going to have a short break, and then we're going to have Dr. Daniel Rhodes connecting with us from Barcelona. And in that session, we're going to talk about Purina Institute and how the science is more powerful when it's shared, and the role Purina Institute plays there. Then we break out for lunch. And after lunch, we have Dr. Andy Sparks, who's sitting with us in the room. Thank you for coming from UK for this event. We're going to spend a couple of hours going through a detailed, I would say, dive on the importance on strategies on feline hydration. And then there's breaks in between. And then we have another colleague, Amelia Larkins, joining from Barcelona to talk about HydraCare, right? The next evolution in hydration. And finally, we have Dr. Catherine, who's a local vet, works in Abu Dhabi, and we want to see her experience and her opinion on HydraCare so far. So it's trying to give voice to the local community. And at the end, we're going to have a nice Q&A, followed by a nice dinner. So before I hand over to Peter, there's one more slide, which is how we're going to engage today, or what are the important notes. So the event is being recorded and being live streamed. Hi, everyone who's watching as we speak. So if you have a concern or you would wish that your face doesn't appear in that video or photo shoot, just let us know, and we'll make sure we look into it. For the questions and engagement, this is a bit tricky, so I'll just ask a bit of focus on this one. For those who are streaming in, the only way you can ask a question is to go to the Q&A section and post your question there. We will answer those questions right after the presenter finishes. For those sitting in the room, it's an easier one. You just raise your hand. We're going to have a couple of colleagues with microphones. They're going to come attend to you. You'll ask your question. We'll engage. And one final note on the questions and engagement. The virtual presenters, so Daniel Rhodes and Amelia Larkins, during their presentation, when they're done, they're going to open the floor for questions. So they won't be with us till the end of the day. So if we have questions on Purina Institute, we will ask it to Dr. Daniel Rhodes directly after his presentation. If anything on HydraCare, same for Amelia. Technical issues for those streaming in. If you have any disconnections, any troubles, just email purina.arabia@ae.nestle.com. Speaking of technical issues, if you guys would like to use the bathroom, you just go straight in the corridor. On your right side, there's a ladies' room and a men's room right after it. And guys, you're not at the clinic today, so it's really important you spend the day having fun, engaging, and staying safe. So let's get this started. I would like to call on Peter to join us to the stage.
Is it? Are we on? Oh, crikey, that was right in my ear. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for your attention. What shall I do with this? Just hold on to. Oh, that's my clicker.
That's your
Great.
clicker.
Can you just tell me how to operate it?
Forward, backward.
Forwards.
Yep.
Backwards. Okay, great. By the way, today's going to be pretty interactive, and if you're sat on your own, that could be a challenge. And I'm looking at you. And there's going to be a little bit of paired work. So this table I'm loving because there's 4 of you, which means that the pairs are going to work out. The group of 3, that could be a challenge. So could we just and there's a lady just over there, and you might need a partner, and there's a couple of individuals. Could I get you to, just before we start, to sit next to somebody? Would that be okay?
Yeah, everyone will come here.
Okay. There's a couple of people on their own. Yeah, that's all right. Either way, in about 2 minutes, I'm going to invite you to have a conversation with somebody next to you. So my name's Pete Turner. I'm an executive coach, and I spend all of my time doing the opposite of what I'm doing today, and that is I spend my time listening to people. So I sit there for 90 minutes at a time, and I listen to people from every different industry. I work with bankers, financiers, health and fitness people, people in digital marketing, you name the industry, I do it. And I try to help them with their performance and anything that they want to do. But I don't know anything about their industries in the same way that I don't know anything about your industry. But the beauty of what I do is that all of the insights and the learning that these people come up with comes all from inside of their own minds. And I'm going to talk to you about the power of that in a moment through my lens of motivation, because the insights today that you're going to come up with, and my challenge to you is to, off the back of this hour-long chat that we're going to have today, for you to take something tangible out of this conversation. So one of the first things I say to my clients is 40% of the effectiveness of any coaching journey that we have comes down to the readiness of the coachee. And 15% of the effectiveness is placebo effect. So that's 55% of the effectiveness of their learning. What they take out of it is just what they want out of that situation. If they want it, they'll take something. If they don't, they won't. So today, I'm going to give you the responsibility to extract insight from your own minds that's going to be really valuable to you. And I'm going to give you a couple of frameworks to do that. So before we go, something happened last week. In the world of psychology, which is my science, a softer science than yours, there's this beautiful idea called flow. Has anybody ever heard of Mihai Csikszentmihalyi before? The unpronounceable name, brilliant, captive audience, fresh information. He died last week. And in the world of psychology, he was an absolute rock star. And he had this incredible insight and this theory that he introduced the world to. And you'll all know about it, and I'm going to get you to reflect on it for a moment. So flow is a deep state of immersion in an activity. It's a beautiful place to be. It's where your skill level and the difficulty levels are perfectly matched. Your concentration is deeply intense. Self-consciousness disappears. Sense of time completely disappears. It either speeds up or slows down, whichever is most optimal for you. And it's a deeply gratifying experience. I went for dinner last night at the Marina Social. I don't know whether you've been there. And it was my wife's birthday meal. And it was a bit rude, actually, because I happened to be looking over the shoulder of the people that I was sat with. And behind them, it was an open kitchen forum. And I watched these chefs for 3.5 hours I was there, just in a flow state. It was like watching the choreography of a dance. And these people were so focused at what they were doing. It was unbelievable. They were working really, really, really hard. It didn't look like hard work. They were so deeply immersed in the activity. So what I'm going to ask you, and this doesn't have to be a work-related thing. This can be something personal as well. So maybe you find flow when you're painting or doing some sort of sports, or when you go for a run, or whatever the activity is for you. Some of you find it when you're cooking. You might find it just when you have just one of those beautiful conversations with another person, and it just goes on for hours and you just lose track of time. I just want you to think for a moment about the last time when you were in that state, that beautiful, deep state of intrinsic motivation where you were just so immersed in an activity, you just completely lost yourself in it, okay? And I want you to share that story with the person next to you. So just take a moment to think of that moment when you were last in that state. And I'd like for you to share that with the person sat next to you. By the way, I did this a couple of weeks ago, and 2 people, after 10 minutes, they were in floods of tears. They were sharing this experience that was deeply, I'm not expecting floods of tears, but over to you. Just 5 or 6 minutes with the person next to you. Share that story. What was yours? feeling like I want to come over and say hello to you.
Yeah, if anyone wants to come there, welcome.
Yeah. Is there a lady on their own? Could I? Oh no, there's 4 there. There's 4 there. Excuse me. Could I get you to maybe share your conversation with this lady? Would that be all right? I know, but I think it's going to be a great story. What was your flow state? What was yours? What was yours? What was yours?
My name is Atif.
And what was your flow story?
Already this is a new journey for us. New journey for us to start a new business in the vet clinic.
Okay. When was the last time you were in that state of deep focus in an activity that you were loving? Was there one for you? Interesting. Okay. Can't think of any? No? Okay. Sorry if you're mid-flow. Sorry if you're mid-flow. We're going to do lots of this today. We're going to do lots of this interaction. So, thank you. So today what I'm going to try to do with you, but remember the responsibility's on your shoulders, is I'm going to try to play around with a couple of these questions. And these are the questions that absolutely fascinate me with what I do with people. And the third question that I'm going to show you is probably my favorite. How can you find more motivation for yourself? So I'm going to show you a few ideas, a couple of frameworks around where you can find a little bit more of it. But then this one's really interesting because you're collaborators and you work with other people and there's leaders in the room and you've got responsibilities for other people as well. How can you help other people find more motivation? How do you help other people find it? And there's some counterintuitive ideas about this that I'm going to share with you today. And this one is my favorite question of all. And this is the reason why I do what I do. How do you close the gap between what you know and what you do? Okay, and if I said to you right now, I want you to think of one thing that you need to improve in your life to take your life into a better place, so you're more engaged, you're happier, whatever it is for you, I got a feeling you probably know the answer to that. Okay? My favorite example for this is around your health and your fitness. If I said to you, what do you need to do to improve your health and your fitness? I bet you everybody knows the basic answers to that question. But why don't we do it? What explains the gap between that knowledge and our behaviors? And we're going to tackle that today. But before we do that, I'm just going to put a little bit of a caveat. Have you seen this Dunning-Kruger graph before? The more I learn about human nature and psychology around human thriving, the more I realize I don't know. And I have definitely peaked on the summit of Mount Stupid. And the deeper I get into this, actually the more humble I get around understanding human nature. It's not as easy as we think. I feel like I know less and less the more I find out, because it just gets so complex sometimes. And one of the reasons for that is there's lots of different ways of studying human thriving, so many different ways of understanding it, and some of the science contradicts other research, some of it collides, and I'm going to talk to you about how some of the research from these different arenas of psychology have collided in a way that really helps. So I won't do that bit. This is my favorite theory of human motivation. I'm going to share it with you today. So it's called self-determination theory. Edward Deci and Richard Ryan. And they have, for the last 40 years, presented this theory of psychology that's pretty unknown, this theory of motivation that's pretty unknown in the general arena. I'm going to share it with you today, particularly around that idea of not just how do you find more motivation for yourself, but how do you help other people find it. And this is going to crescendo with you delivering a coaching session to the person sat next to you in about 10 minutes' time. So, Deci and Ryan found that human beings have got 3 fundamental needs for us to be optimally engaged and motivated. Optimally engaged. And those 3 needs are, number 1, a sense of autonomy, a sense of choice and volition over what we do and how we do it. If we feel like our motivation is controlled, then that can be really, really damaging for our engagement. The second one is a sense of mastery. We want to feel like we're good at stuff and that we're useful. And if we have that feeling, then we're more engaged and we like it more and we can connect more with it. And then the third piece is around relatedness, this feeling of being cared for, feeling like we can care for other people as well, and you have that human connection. They were the three fundamental needs that DC and Ryan found, okay? But they're all really connected fundamentally to that top one around autonomy. I'm going to talk a little bit about that one now, and I've got this beautiful story that helps us understand autonomy. So it's actually from an A-level psychology book, and I used to teach that I used to be a school teacher. I told the story 1,000 times, and Olivia's going to be rolling her eyes when she hears it because she's heard it so many times. So there was an old man, and he was in his retirement years, and all he loved to do was watch daytime television and just whittle away his years. But he had this beautiful garden just outside of his house. And these 3 children had just moved in next door, and they were obsessed with playing football, absolutely obsessed. And they would play on his garden, tear the grass up, which he had spent ages mowing, and they would use his brick wall as a goal, and they'd kick the ball up against his goal, and it just would ruin every single day. And he was like, my God, I just cannot get rid of these kids. They're obsessed with football. They were so motivated to just play football, he couldn't get rid of them. So anyway, he did a bit of reading, and he figured out this trick. How could he get them to get off his garden no matter how many times he asked them? So this is what he did with them. He went out one day after watching them play for about 5 hours, and it was around the time when they were going to go home and go to bed that night. And he said, guys, I completely changed my mind. I've just been watching you play for the last hour out of the window. Wow, you guys are good, really good. And I'm going to reward you. I'm going to give you $5 each for your performance. Well done. The kids cannot believe it. They've just been paid $5 each just to do what they love anyway. Unbelievable. They go home, tell their parents, $5, wow, unbelievable, love it. Come back the next day, of course, kicking the ball around on his grass, ruining the grass, up against the wall. He's hating it. He goes back out there at the end of the day. Guys, I've been watching you again. Unbelievable. Absolutely fantastic. $4 each for your performance. Well done. The kids are a little bit disappointed. It was $5 last time. Now it's gone down to 4. So anyway, they go in. They're still pretty pleased. Next day, they come back out. Boys, unbelievable. Really impressed. $3 each for your performance. Well done. And they're starting to get a bit concerned, but still, it's $3, better than nothing. Come back the next day, it goes down to $2 each. Come back the next day, it goes down to $1 each. And then on the last day, guys, I've been watching you play. Wow, incredible. I've got no money to give you. I'm really sorry. I've got nothing to give you today. And the kids look at him and say, we are never going to come and play football on your garden again. And off they go. And in that moment, what he had done is he had changed the reason why they were playing. Where previously they were doing it for the flow that we just talked about, that deep intrinsic motivation. They were doing it for the love of the game. The internal motivation. He changed it. It's called the locus of control. He changed that locus from internal to external. And now they were only doing it for the money. And then the moment he took that money away, the motivation disappeared. Okay? And that experiment has been played over and over and over again across generation, across age, children, adults, you name it. And there's some nuance around it, and I'll talk about that in a second, but it's very, very solid piece of research. So here's our continuum of motivation that's really interesting. So A, motivation. I got no motivation to do anything. And hopefully in your mind, you're thinking about stuff where you need to generate a little bit more personal drive in whatever area of your life is important. So A, motivation, no motivation at all. Now we've got external motivation. So the only reason you're doing it is because of a reward or a threat of a punishment. Okay, it's the only reason you're going to get out of bed for that moment. It's the weakest form of motivation because you take it away, you won't participate, okay? So that's the weakest form. But you can get people to do stuff in the moment, okay? Particularly if it's a boring activity that they don't want to do, you can get them to do stuff with that type of motivation. So the next level up, so we're moving up our continuum to the Holy Grail up here on the right-hand side, is something called introjected motivation. We're only doing it because of the avoidance of some sort of shame, or maybe we're trying to gather the approval of somebody else. So that's why we're doing it. Okay? Maybe we've been inspired by somebody or we want to impress somebody, so we'll participate in it. But again, it's still pretty external. And the moment that need to get somebody else's approval goes away, then we drop away and we don't have the engagement anymore. Okay? But it's still a little bit further up the continuum. Then we have identified motivation. it's still pretty extrinsic. We're not doing it for the love and the engagement and the flow. We're doing it because we know it's probably, I should probably get out of bed. I should probably go for that run. I should probably eat that better food because I know it's good for me, even though I don't really enjoy it that much. So that's identified motivation. So we're a little bit further up the continuum. And then, of course, all of that's extrinsic. Of course, we've got where we really want to be, that deep, intrinsic motivation. We're doing it for that engagement and that love of the activity itself. Okay? Now, some of this might be relevant to you when you're thinking about yourself and where you want to try and find a little bit more of yourself, because effectively what you need to do is you need to try and internalize why you're doing things. You want to try and internalize why you're doing things. But what I'm going to do with you in a second is I'm actually going to get you to use that theory to help somebody else make a change in their lives. Okay? And this is the reason why I coach people and I don't mentor them. Mentoring is giving advice to people. And when you tell somebody what to do, what do you do to their sense of autonomy? You take it away. When you give somebody advice, not always, there's nuance behind this. When you give people advice and say, you should do this, I think you should do this, you cut away at their sense of autonomy, and you can also cut away at their sense of mastery. Because what are they hearing in that moment of advice giving? They're actually hearing that you know more than them, okay? So that cuts away at their mastery. And they're also getting an instruction from you. I don't know how good this piece of research is, by the way, that I'm about to say. Somebody shared it with me, so it could be baloney. But they once said to me that 80% of the communication that comes out of our mouths is in the form of an instruction. All of that is damaging to intrinsic motivation. I love that quote. I just thought I'd put it up there. There's nothing more entropic than unskilled work done under compulsion. So basically, that's the traditional model of leadership. Tell people what to do and focus on what's wrong with them. And we'll talk about that in a bit more detail. So, right, I'm going to get you to coach each other. Why am I going to get you to coach each other? Because if you tell somebody what to do, they're less likely to do it. So what I've given you in your packs is a coaching model, okay? A really simple coaching model. And in a moment, you are going to coach the person next to you around something that's important to them, okay? Unfortunately, because of time, you're not going to get a chance to both coach, so there's going to be one coach and there's going to be one coachee, okay? So on your table, you've got a coach and you've got a coachee, so you're going to decide with your partner who the coach is and who the coachee is, okay? So this is how it's going to work. On the front of your piece of paper, you've got something called the GROW model, okay? You've got the GROW model. It's a really simple coaching tool. And I sit with my clients all the time, and I sit there and I do this with them all day long. I sit and do the GROW model with people. They come to me and they say, Pete, I've got this challenge, I've got this problem. I don't give them advice. I just ask them a bunch of questions. And then when they leave, they own their own answers. They've got autonomy over their own answers, and they're more likely to then make that change. So, this is how the GROW model works. You're going to have to be a really quick learner, because I usually spend about 4 hours teaching this to people before they go and do it, so I'm relying on your speed of thought. So the GROW model looks like this. You've got your coach, and you've got your coachee. You're going to say to your coachee, what's the goal? What's the one thing that you would like to change in your life when you walk out of this room today? What's the one thing that you'd like to change? It can't be too big, okay? You've only got 10 minutes with them. So just a tiny little change that they can do. And they're going to tell you, they're going to say, do you know what, I think my goal's this. I need to do more of this. Whatever it is, I don't know what it's going to be. They're going to say it. And then you're just going to ask them, okay, so that's the goal. This is the goal that you've got. What's the current reality then? What's going on now? So you go to the R section, the reality section. Okay, so what's happening now then? Tell me what's the current situation. And they'll tell you a few things. They'll say, well, this is happening, and this is going on, and that's going on, and this is going on. And then you'll say, okay, so I've heard a few things there. You told me about this, and you told me about that, and X, Y, and Z. Okay, great. And then you're going to move to the opportunities bit. Okay, you're going to say, all right, so what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? And they're going to say, they might say, I don't know. Ask them to think a bit harder, okay? My golden rule for you, you must not give them any advice. But your advice monster is going to want to give them advice. Okay? You'll feel your advice monster crawling up from inside of you, and it's going to want to tell them something. You mustn't do that. Okay? You've got to hold the monster back. So, say to them, okay, tell me a little bit more. What else could you do? What else could you do? Well, I could also do this. Okay, anything else? Okay, I might try this. Okay, so sounds like you've got a few different ideas there. Okay, explore the ideas a little bit. What would that feel like? What would it look like? And then, we haven't got very long. Okay, so what are you going to do then? What are you going to do? Get to the W section. What are you going to do? Right, I'm going to do this. When are you going to do it? I'm going to do it then. All right, how do you know you've been successful? Because this will have happened. Okay, so that's the W. So you're just going to take them through that conversation. You're allowed about 2, 4, 6, 8. You're allowed about 3 minutes in each section. Okay, on average, 3 minutes in each section. You might only need 1 minute for the top section. You might need 5 or 6 minutes for the middle sections. Okay? What are you going to do? Any questions about your coaching model? Any questions? Okay, so just to recap, the reason why we're doing this is because if you tell somebody what to do, they're less likely to do it. We know that because of self-determination theory. Okay? We also know that your advice monster is going to try and sabotage this conversation. I know it's going to happen. We've all got an advice monster because you're going to want to rescue the person in front of you. Okay, your ideas are going to start flying off. Your ideas mean nothing in this conversation. All that matters is what's inside that other person's head. And remember, to the coachee, 55% of the effectiveness of this conversation comes down to the coachee. It's up to you to find the insight. Okay? Got it? You got your partner? Have you decided who the coach is and who the coachee is? Do that now. Coachee, think about your challenge. Think about your thing that you want to make a change with. Okay? I'm loving the excitement on your face. We think we know each other, but we don't. There's a doppelganger out there that looks just like me, and we don't know who he is. In joke there, nobody knows what we were talking about. Are you ready? 33 minutes past. I'm going to stop you at 49 minutes past. Off you go. Too much fun happening over here. Too much fun happening over here.
But I'm loving it.
You're going to stick around?
I was supposed to go, but I'm loving it, so I'm going to try and stay for as long as I can. Just to let you know, these guys have just arrived.
Okay.
So I don't know if you can do anything to catch up.
Yeah, a little catch up. Yeah, cool. Am I on volume? Just turn my volume down. I hope the advice monsters are under control right now. I know that they're trying to climb out of you. Keep it in there. No advice. Okay. Oh, I've got some naughty people on their phones, naughty people on their phones, naughty people on their phones. How's it going? How's your coaching session going? 'Love it. I look forward to seeing you and you guys will be out. Can you go down? Down. Yeah. How's your coaching session going? 4 minutes. 4 minutes to find some gold in your conversation. 4 minutes to find some gold. For the gold. 2 minutes to find some gold. minute. Alrighty, heroes, thank you so much. If you're still in full flow, forgive me. If you're still in full flow, forgive me. That usually takes 90 minutes, and I only gave you 15. And my question, I'm not going to put you on the spot, but my question is, have you got some tiny little thing that you've completely owned yourself off the back of that conversation that you can walk out of that door with and go, right, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. Have you done that? And if you haven't, I'm now going to talk to the coaches. If the coach, he hasn't, coach, it's not for you to worry about. Okay, it's them. It's for them. Okay, that's something I have to remind myself. People paying me money to come and be coached by me. I'm like, this is on you. This is on you. You've got this. It's your responsibility. You've got the accountability. I'm not here to tell you what to do. You've got it. Okay. So that was the first thing. So that was the question. How do you help somebody else find more motivation? How do you help somebody else close the gap between what they know and what they do? And the best way you can do that, I think, is by coaching them. I was having a conversation with the ladies over here, and we were talking about how to listen to somebody in a way that really lands. Most people, when they listen at the level of me. They listen for two things, relatability and agreement and disagreement. That's what most people are doing. Even high-performing, highly intelligent people do that, okay? And I used to be a school teacher. 12-year-olds do the same thing. You can hear it. When you listen to 12-year-olds have conversations, they'll listen to somebody and they'll say, oh, me too. Oh, my dad does this. Oh, my dad, yeah, my mum's this. Oh, yeah, I've had the same experience. Or they'll say things like, oh, I totally agree. Oh, no, I don't think that's right. They listen at the level agree or disagree or at relatability. And we feel like the relatability piece builds connection. Actually, it's a version of self-orientation. And we know that self-orientation actually can divide, it can break trust apart. Psychology was the same. It was the medical model of psychology. We need to study anxiety so we can help people be more confident. We need to study depression so we can help people be happier. And at the turn of the 21st century, a guy called Martin Seligman, and actually Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, and a couple of others, it wasn't quite this obvious, but they woke up one day and they were like, oh my goodness, we haven't studied success. We literally have not studied human flourishing. We've only studied human suffering. We haven't even gone to the high-performing, thriving, flourishing people to figure out what it is that they're doing. Unbelievable. And that translated into the business world, our personal lives, and this whole idea of how do I grow? How do I improve? How do I get more out of myself? I need to find out what's wrong with me so I can fix it. And that's pretty much how organizations run their professional development programs. Find out what's wrong with people, try and fix them. Destroys engagement. Absolutely robs people of finding out what the best version of them looks like. What is the best version of you? My favorite question, and I ask it for my clients at the beginning of every coaching session, is tell me about you at your best. I had a 15-year teaching career. Nobody ever asked me that question. They never said, Pete, tell me about you at your best. What are your strengths? How can I help you figure out your strengths and use your strengths more consistently? Nobody asked me that question. And if they did, it was just a quick touch before they really hammered me home with what was wrong with me so they could fix me. Okay? And that's pretty much how people are operating on their day-to-day basis. Parents do it with their kids. Leaders do it with their employees. People do it with their friends. They're doing it all the time. Okay? There's a couple of reasons why they do that. I'll share those reasons in a second. So I'd love for this to start working, if possible. Can somebody save me? Anybody? Any technical heroes? I can do it without the slides, but I'd love a bit of help. Come a bit closer. Yeah, there you go. Okay, when people learn to use their strengths, they are 6 times as likely to be engaged in their jobs. 600% as likely to be engaged in their jobs, yet people are constantly told to not look at their strengths. That's an unbelievable statistic, particularly in the last 18 months where there is a massive well-being crisis going on at the moment, and people are constantly told to look in the opposite direction of what is right about them, okay? Even worse. They are 3 times as likely to report having an excellent quality of life if they can figure out what their strengths are and actually put them to play on a day-to-day basis. Most people do the opposite for themselves and for each other, okay? Again, there's a couple of reasons for that. So, obviously, we need to know what our weaknesses are. You need to know what they are because your ship will sink if you don't plug the hole. But that's not what's going to make you flourish and thrive. What's going to help you flourish and thrive is if you can figure out what your strengths are and try and put them to work. Okay? And there's some beautiful stuff around this that I'll try and explore. So here's an analogy of what it feels like to be in the strengths zone. Okay? And you will know what this feels like. I want you to imagine the lanes of a swimming pool. Okay, and in those lanes, we've got some fans, some electric fans at either end of the pool, and they're kind of creating a flow in the lanes. And the flow's going in different directions, so we've got flow going in opposite directions in the swimming pool. When you're with your strengths and you're using them consistently, it's like swimming with the flow. It doesn't feel as easy. Remember the flow story that we talked about at the beginning? It doesn't feel like hard work so much. It doesn't feel like hard work as much. Okay? When you're swimming against the flow, which so many people do because they're constantly told to fix what's wrong with them and get into the lane and swim against the flow, oh my goodness, that feels like hard work. And that's when people burn out, that's when people don't thrive, that's when all the ugly stuff happens. Okay? How can you get with the flow? And again, there's a couple of reasons that makes us do the opposite of that. One of those reasons is something called the negativity bias. Don't know whether you've ever heard of the negativity bias before, okay? But it is out there for us all. In fact, there's evolutionary reasons why we're all very good at the negativity bias, because we had to learn to be aware of danger and weaknesses and what's wrong with things in order to survive the gene pool, okay? Lovely study that was done around participants were invited for their opinions on whether they would participate in a medical procedure, and they were told there's a 70% chance of success. And the people that were told there was a 70% chance of success were like, yeah, I think I'd probably go for that. Yeah, sounds good. For the group that were told that there's a 30% chance of failure, they were like, nah, I don't like the idea of that. Just the word failure on its own, that negative framing, changed the way people viewed whether they were going to participate in that piece. Our radar for negativity, for weaknesses, for what's wrong with yourselves and for what's wrong with each other is very strong. If you have a positive experience in your life, like you have a really good day at work, that positive experience will last for, let's say, 24 hours. You're like, yeah, a really good day, I'm really buzzing at the moment. Yeah, it lasts for 24 hours and then you're back to normal again. If you have a negative day at work, but it's equal levels of negative today to start thinking about, what's my swim lane? What are the activities that I can do to get into my lane and start swimming with the flow? Oh my goodness, life transforms. 600% more likely to be engaged, 300% more likely to report having an excellent quality of life. I could give you loads of other statistics. There's another reason why people don't know what their swim lanes are, okay? So your swim lanes are basically your traits, okay, your personality traits. Ever done a psychometric assessment before? That will tell you what your traits are, okay? There is a modern denial of human nature where people basically try to say that traits don't exist. The great philosopher Will Smith once said, I've never viewed myself as particularly talented. Where I excel is ridiculous, sickening work ethic. You know, while the other guy is sleeping, I'm working. Whilst the other guy is eating, I'm working. And that's his way of saying that traits don't exist. Like, actually, he separated traits, talent, from hard work. And what we do when we talk about strengths is we help people figure out what their traits are and then get into that lane and start swimming with the flow, okay? This is another one that I see all the time. I'm always on LinkedIn. This gets posted on LinkedIn all the time. It's another denial of human nature. 10 things that require zero talent. Talent being innate traits. Being on time, work ethic, effort, energy. Actually, all of those things have got something to do with your traits. All of them have got something to do with your traits. And some people, and my analogy for that is this. You've got two people swimming side by side. Which one's trying the hardest? Is it it's the person at the top, but they're behind. They're behind. But what we do, if I didn't have the flow up there, we'd all say that the person at the bottom was trying the hardest. But actually, the person at the top is working their socks off, and they can't keep up because they're swimming against the flow. Okay? Most people think they know what their strengths are, but they're usually wrong. When I ask people what their strengths are, you will not believe how vague the answers are. They'll say things like, I'm really good with people. Like, what do you mean by that? Like selling to them, empathizing with them, caring for them, leading them. There's a million different ways of being good with people. A million different ways. How are you good with them? What's your swim lane? How can you get into that swim lane? So, I've set myself a ridiculously difficult challenge here, but I'm going to go for it anyway. Have a look at that document here. This is a really rudimentary activity, but we're going to give it a go. On that document there is a really simple exercise. It's called With the Flow and Against the Flow. And by the way, when I do this with my clients, usually I give them a strengths-based psychometric assessment to get real detail over their strengths, but you can also do it in this sort of a way as well. So what I do with my clients is I get them to write a list of everything that's going on that's important in their lives, so that's got stuff to do with their job mainly, and I say, write down everything on the left-hand side of that piece of paper that goes against the flow for you. You're not very good at it. You procrastinate. Even when you do it, it tends not to be very good when you do it. People don't rely on you for that particular thing, and you tend to get criticized for it. So all the stuff that goes against the flow, write that stuff down. And on the right-hand side of that piece of paper, write down everything that is just, you love that part of your job or that part of your life. You could do it all day long even if you weren't being paid for it. You're good at it. People praise you for it. You tend to be really reliable. You never procrastinate with that particular piece. Okay? And write down a list of all the things on the right-hand side of that piece of paper that go with the flow. When you do that, you're in the swim lane. Okay? Really quickly right now, gut reaction thinking. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to fill as many items on that piece of paper as you possibly can. Quick as you can, really go for it. Go with your gut. What goes with the flow, what goes against the flow? Write those things down. Okay? Again, we could have done this if I had you for 90 minutes on your own in front of a computer. We could do a psychometric assessment and get some real detail around your swim lanes. But we're just going to practice with this one. What goes against the flow for you? What goes with the flow? It's just for you. It's just for you. You know, often people say to me, oh, Pete, I'm just really lazy. I say, I bet you're not that lazy at some things. I bet there are some things where you're never lazy. And then when we explore it, we realize that actually it's a mistake to think about motivation as just being a unitary concept. It's a really varied thing, and you find it in some areas, and you don't have it in other areas. It's another reason why giving people advice can be really bad, because you don't know that person's swim lanes. And quite often we tell each other to get into swimming against the flow. So what goes with the flow for you? What goes against the flow? And if you want to make this personal as well, you could say, do you know what, I really want to work on my health and my well-being because I know that's going to help me be more resilient. But I just find going for a run really, really rubbish. Or I find, there's certain types of health-related activities that just go against the flow for me. Really important that you know that. Okay? Because what doesn't happen with this strengths-based movement is we don't ignore our weaknesses. We just get really skillful about how we manage around them. And I was having a chat over there with Lee, I don't know whether he's still here, and we were talking about strengths, and we were having this idea of that there is no such thing as a well-rounded person, and we have that in our language all the time. How can I be more well-rounded? Nobody's well-rounded. When they study high-performing people that thrive the most, positive psychology, they realize that they're all massively flawed. And they've got a few things they're really good at. And do you know what they do? They partner with people who are strong where they're weak. And just on a personal note, this has been amazing for my relationship with my wife. Absolutely amazing. Recognizing how different we are. And in a weakness-based world, differences create friction and disagreement. But in a strengths-based world, we learn to leverage those differences to drive even more well-being and performance and engagement. Olivia is my high-performance business partner. We work very closely together. Her strengths are completely different to mine. The amount of time that she saves me and the amount of time that I save her because I'm good where she's not so good and she's great where I'm not so great. High-performance partnership. Okay, you got that idea? Got some notes? Got some scribbles? All right. So, in a strengths-based world, no, let me change that. In a weakness-based world, they will tell you that your areas for development are on the left-hand side of that piece of paper. That's your opportunity for growth. The gold is on the left-hand side of that piece of paper. That's what you've been taught all of your life, that in order for you to thrive and be at your best, you need to get onto the left-hand side of that piece of paper and spend as much time in there as possible. I'm going to ask you to flip that mindset. Okay? I'm going to ask you to have a little look at the right-hand side of that piece of paper. You're not going to ignore the left. We've got some work to do over there. But I want you to look at the right-hand side of that piece of paper. There's a bit of a typo on there, but my question for you is, and my challenge to you in this next couple of minutes is, how can you develop one of those things on the right-hand side of that piece of paper? Or how could you optimize it? How could you bring it into the game more deliberately? Okay? Or, even more difficult to come up with in 5 minutes, how could you develop some strategy around it? How could you develop some sort of a strategy around that thing that you are best at? By the way, sports teams have been doing this for years. They're constantly figuring out what they're good at and deploying it out into the world. For the rest of us, we just do the opposite for some weird reason. Okay? Well, because of the negativity bias. Okay, so looking at that right-hand side of the piece of paper, have a little bit of a think. And remember, I will do this for 90 minutes with somebody to get some gold. I'm putting you under a bit of pressure here to look at that right-hand side of that piece of paper, bearing in mind that's you at your best, bearing in mind that's where you create the most value, bearing in mind that's where you enjoy it the most, where you get the most energy from, that you could probably do all day long anyway if you wanted to. I know you can't because life's not that easy. But how can you lean into that side of the piece of paper a little bit more? What's the one thing you could do more of to develop or optimize or leverage something on the right-hand side of that piece of paper? That's the challenge that I'm going to set to you. If you want to use the brain that's sat next to you to coach you and ask some questions and come up with some ideas, that's fine. And then in a second, I'm going to throw a ball out to somebody and I'm going to ask you, what's the thing that you're going to do more of to leverage something on the right-hand side of that piece of paper? Okay? So I'm just trying to figure out who I'm going to throw the ball at in a second. Nobody knows. It'll be the person who's avoiding my eye contact the most. That's the person I'm going to go to. You, by the way, I've been loving it. You're just like, I'm not even going to ask you because I know you've got it. I'm getting deep engagement from you. Who's avoiding my eye contact? We've been looking at each other for the entire session, so you're fine. Don't worry about it. Have a little bit of a think. What's the one thing that you can do more of to get with the flow? .55% of the effectiveness of this moment is going to come down to how much you want to take something out of it that could completely, I say completely, that could give you 5%, just 5% more engagement. Could you do more of? Some of you are just relationship builders. Some of you just love being in the company of people. So I'm just going to throw out a couple of ideas. You just love connecting. You're deep in empathy. Any kind of time where you have a chance to have like a deep connection with somebody, you could do that all day long. You know those deep and meaningful conversations? Okay, so that's you in your flow state. How can you do more of that? And who needs more of that from you? Okay, if you are really good when it comes to empathy and connection, and that's with the flow for you, and you could sit and have those conversations all day long, who needs a little bit of that from you that's close to in your world, that you could go, do you know what, I'm going to spend just a little bit more time every week with that person. just for the next little while. Maybe you're a strategic thinker. Maybe you love strategizing and you love getting creative with ideas, but you never give yourself time to get creative. So how can you maybe create a bit of time in your week where you're going to go, do you know what? I'm going to get a blank piece of paper, no interruptions, and I'm going to just get strategic for a week, for half an hour every week, so I can start coming up with some ideas, because I'm good with ideas. Maybe you just love research. You're a research nerd. You could just bury yourself in books. That's you at your best. But you're just so busy at the moment, you never get a chance to do that. But you know that when you do that, you start generating insight that can create value. How can you create more time in your week that go, do you know what, this is my research half an hour, or a little ritual every week where I'm just going to go, right, this is my research ritual. Maybe there's a partner that you know that's really good at that, and you can spend a bit. When I'm with that person and we talk about ideas and we get nerdy about stuff happens. Right, I'm going to spend a bit more time with that person every week, or a Tuesday morning, or a Thursday evening, whenever it is. What could come out of that? Because when you invest in your strengths and you've only got time, when you invest in your strengths or ritualize your strengths, they compound over time, and it's like an investment that delivers massive returns. Unfortunately, we spend most of our time investing in our weaknesses and ignoring our strengths. It's the one thing you can do more of consistently to play to your strengths. And I'll give you a little bit of a clue on the left-hand side of the piece of paper. If you're like, Pete, I'm sorry, I can't ignore the left-hand side of the piece of paper because that's sinking my boat at the moment, then my challenge to you there is, how can you mitigate it? Who's a partner that can, like Olivia is just my perfect high-performance partner. She does all the stuff that I'm terrible at. And like I said, vice versa. So who's the high-performance partner in the business that's brilliant where you're weak, that you could outsource that to? That you don't need to do it anymore. It becomes irrelevant. Maybe there's a piece of technology that you can leverage so you don't have to do that anymore. Scheduling for me. I'm so bad at it. I found this thing called Calendly. I schedule all my appointments. I don't even have to look at my diary. I just give it to my clients. They schedule it. It just pings on my diary. Unbelievable. I don't ever have to schedule anymore. Just that little bit of technology eliminated a weakness for me on the left-hand side. So how can you mitigate it? You can mitigate things by outsourcing it to other people or using technology. Sometimes you've got to grin and bear it, and you just got to do it, so fair enough. I'm not going to do that. Okay. Coming to a close in a second, so I've got one more thing for you. All right, so I hope you've got a little bit of gold there. I said I was going to put somebody on the spot, but I'm going to go easy. All right, change. Quite often when I work with people and we're talking about, right, there's something they want to change in their lives. Okay, there's something they want to change in their lives. So I've got a beautiful little model around change. I'm going to throw it at you, up to you to see if you can take something. It'll be the last thing we do. So typically change, if there's something that you want to change, but it's not happening for some reason, there's a beautiful model around this. It's from the 6 Seconds Emotional Intelligence research. And change inhibitors, things that stop people from making change in their lives, are fear, judgment, and anxiety, according to this lovely framework. Okay? Fear stops people from making change. Judgment, that's rubbish, it's not going to work, it's bad. That stops people from making change. And anxiety, nervousness about what's going to happen. Okay? Nervousness about what's going to happen. Typically, those things stop change from happening. But they're on a continuum, and courage can be, fear can be turned into courage. Judgment can be turned into getting, actually, I'm just going to get curious about this. Curiosity is a great eliminator of judgment. And anxiety, coming in today to speak to you, I was sitting in that beautiful spot in the middle of a little bit anxious, but a little bit excited at the same time. Okay? So excitement's a great eliminator of anxiety. So my 3 questions for you, and only one of them might be the one for you. Just thinking about your life at the moment and something that you need to change, that's been stuck, that's not happening for you. And this is, I trade in questions, so lots of questions. Where do you need to be more courageous? What's the one area in your life where you need to be a bit braver? Have a little bit of a think. Maybe that question's not relevant, maybe the next one is. Where do you need to get more curious? I'm just going to explore that a little bit. Where do you need to be more curious? And that last one, where do I need to get a bit more excited? Okay, because when I get excited, it snuffs out the anxiety. How can I get a bit more excited? Maybe there's a question in there that's going to do something for you. Okay? So have a little bit of a think. Have you got something? Have you got something? You have, you just don't want to say it out loud. Alrighty. So, just as a bit of a summary, how can you find more motivation in yourself and in others? Firstly, when you're having conversations with each other and somebody's struggling, coach them. Yeah? Do it with your kids. Do it with your husband and your wives. Do it with your colleagues. Stop telling them what to do. Try not to relate too much. Me too. Yeah? Try not to tell them that you agree or disagree. Just tell them what you've heard and ask them some follow-up questions. That's a game changer for relationships. And people love it. The second piece is, and the reason for that was, remember, self-determination theory. We actually don't like being told what to do. The second one was your strengths. Find your swim lanes. And we've got a gift for you in the pack. If anybody wants to have a one-to-one coaching session, a 90-minute one-to-one coaching session with any of our coaches at To Be Limitless, and we've got coaches that do career coaching, leadership coaching, well-being, health coaching, whatever you like, you've got a free coaching session. All you have to do, Olivia's email is on the book. All you have to do is email Olivia, and you've got a complimentary coaching session from To Be Limitless from a certified and experienced coach. And the last thing I said was strengths. Find your swim lanes, yeah? See if you can get into your swim lanes a little bit more. It's a nice place to be. Thanks very much, everybody. All the best. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you, Peter. Peter, you'll be around, right, for the coffee break?
Yeah.
I'm sure maybe some of you guys have some questions for Peter, so now we're going to take a 10, 15-minute break.
Thank you, everybody.
There's some snacks, some coffee outside, and then we can connect back in 15 minutes, yeah? Thank you. All right, I hope you guys managed to get some food, some rest. So now we continue. Our next speaker is Dr. Daniel Rhodes. He's a colleague of ours, and he's basically the regional lead of Purina Institute. Won't say much, I'll leave all the floor to him, and he'll be connecting with us virtually. So just a reminder, if there's any questions for people streaming in, please text on the Q&A. For anyone in the room, when Daniel Rhodes is done, if you have a question, just raise your hand. We'll have a mic come to you, and you can ask him any question you'd like. Hey, Daniel, can you hear us?
Hi, hello to everyone.
Perfect, we can hear you. We can hear you great, Daniel.
Can you, yes, can you see me also?
Yes.
Excellent. So thanks for your invitation to this fantastic event. It's a tremendous pleasure representing the Purina Institute. So after the previous session led by Peter, I hope that you got a lot of motivation, excitement. So even if in a virtual format, because unfortunately I cannot be there, I will try to inspire you. And that is really my objective along the session of today. So I'm going to share some slides, and my objective is, as I said, to share some expertise by Purina as a company. So my name is Daniel Rhodes, and it's a fantastic pleasure, as I mentioned, to participate in this seminar. So I'm going to talk about the power of nutrition and feeding our cats and dogs. So the role of the Purina Institute is that we are the voice of Purina science, and we believe that science is so much more powerful when it's shared. At Purina Institute, we consider that sharing the expertise and credentials of Purina in the area of pest nutrition helps to the scientific community and also to the veterinarians, to you, advancing the science for pet health. As a global professional organization, our mission is to advance nutritional science to help pets live better and longer lives. Our foundation is based on 3 pillars that I will briefly review, allowing you to figure out the relevant role that the Purina Institute plays as a part of Purina, one of the world's leading pet care companies. Purina has been a pioneer in the science of pet health for almost a century, in fact 126 years, with breakthroughs that have been redefined the industry's standards of pet nutrition. This track record helps to ensure that the Purina Institute voice is built on a solid foundation of science. Some notable examples include developing the first nutritionally complete and balanced dog food in 1926, also the first weight loss diets using high protein in 1992, as well the first diets to promote cognitive function for dogs in 2010 and for cats in 2016. And also, it's worth to mention the 9-point body condition scorecard, which has become a global industry standard for assessing pets' weight and how it affects overall health. So Purina continues to demonstrate that nutrition is instrumental in promoting everyday health, as well as helping to nutritionally support chronic conditions in pets, such as epilepsy, diabetes, and obesity. So the image in the screen in that slide is just a summary of some of these relevant breakthroughs, as an example of the solid scientific credentials reached by Purina in all this period of time, more than 126 years, fully dedicated to research in the area of pet nutrition. At the same time, the Purina Institute is representing a diverse team of more than 500 scientists and pet care experts around the world. That means we represent a globally diverse team of experts from a variety of disciplines, including veterinarians, nutritionists, biologists, immunologists, and specialists in new trendy areas such as genomics and bioinformatics. Our scientists are distributed in 8 R&D facilities around the world, covering in total the 5 continents, something that is quite unusual and specific to Purina. In more than 100 years dedicated to research, Purina has also published more than 500 papers in scientific journals, and currently has 7,700 granted and pending patents worldwide. So this is a fantastic track record, providing a solid foundation of research for a great impact in the global veterinary community. And regarding our third pillar, the principal objective of the Purina Institute is to share Purina's research and the latest scientific findings in pet nutrition with veterinarians and other pet professionals. And that means the Purina Institute is covering relevant areas of health, such as brain health, gastrointestinal health, and molecular nutrition. But also Purina is very active searching for future innovation in new promising areas of research that will provide us with new assets in the area of pet nutrition. So the Purina Institute will communicate the latest science behind these and other important areas of pet health, because it believes science is more powerful when it's shared. And we translate and amplify Purina's science so that pets and the people who care for them can benefit from the learnings. And now, talking about the power of nutrition and feeding our cats and dogs, we need to consider that unlike ourselves, when we are feeding our cats and dogs, then we have almost 100% control about what goes into their mouths. This is when we can really demonstrate what nutrition can do. And over the last 20 years, there has been a significant evolution about in our understanding of what nutrition can do, but also the technologies that are available for us. So maybe 20 years ago, we got excited about specific ingredients and what they were doing. And then we started looking for specific nutrients as part of those ingredients. But today the situation is completely different. We are beyond that. We talk about molecular nutrition, and through technologies like metabolomics, we can now look at metabolomic pathways and identify anomalies in some of those metabolites to give us those insights to say, is there something that we can do from a nutrition molecule and nutritional intervention to help with this specific issue? So now I'm just going to give you a number of different and diverse ways where nutrition can not only have an impact on the cat and the dog, but also on those pet owners that love them. And the first example I'm going to give is not the actual diet itself, but it's all around how we feed and the amounts we feed. And in fact, even though it seems an incredible claim, it's an actual fact that if we keep dogs lean from puppyhood through their complete life, we can actually extend their life. So Purina undertook a 14-year longevity study with Labrador retrievers. And these Labradors were basically split into 2 groups. Everything was absolutely identical between the 2 groups. The only thing was that one group were kept in a really lean body condition and the others were kept at the typical Labrador size. And what we were able to show was that at the end of the life, we could actually extend that life of those Labrador retrievers by nearly 2 years. And also, we saw a real delay in the onset of clinical signs of chronic disease, including the severity of arthritis, a delay in the times where you actually saw the decline in lean body mass, and also in any impact or decrease in the immune function. And this was all simply done by keeping those dogs lean. And I haven't got time to talk about this today, but actually there is over 25 peer-reviewed papers that come out from this study with a lot of more insights that we were able to show following those dogs. But the key thing was keep them lean, you can actually extend their life. Now I want to talk about the impact of nutrition on cognitive health. And this is an example where, again, we are much more advanced in our understanding. about what we can do with our cats and dogs than what we can do with humans. So even when we are looking at the developing brain, when the puppy actually has achieved 90% of its adult mass by 12 weeks of age, that if we can actually use the DHA, so the DHA is the omega-3 fatty acid, that is a key component of the gray and white matter in the brain that is associated with memory and learning capacities. We did a study where we actually fed the puppies from 3 to 16 weeks of age with the DHA. And then we compared them to the cohorts, their litter mates that were not fed with the DHA. And through a maze test, the actual puppies that were supplemented, they were completing the maze 25% faster than their litter mates. So that is the impact that we can have on the developing brain. But I think where we can really have shown big advancements is how we can take nutrition to actually slow down the brain aging. So the healthy brain is a huge consumer of glucose. This is something that we know. It's its primary energy source. But from around about 7 years of age, the ability to use glucose starts declining. And this results in the cells essentially being starved. They basically will die. And then ultimately, this is when we see the clinical signs of cognitive dysfunction as the dog ages. So what we wanted to do was to say, could we actually find an alternative energy source that the aging brain could use? And this is where we look at medium chain triglycerides, which are actually converted by the body to ketone bodies. And those that can actually be used as preferential energy source by those aging brain cells. So in a study, we actually took dogs that were 7 years plus, and we actually fed them two different. We fed them with the MCTs, the medium chain triglycerides, and then we put them through a series of cognitive tests. So we were looking at their coping ability, their interaction, but also their memory. And what we were able to show was that the dogs that were supplemented with the medium chain triglycerides, not only they made fewer errors on those tests, but actually we saw more significant differences when they were on more complex tasks. And additionally, we were able to see improvements in memory in as little as 2 weeks after starting this new feeding, the addition of this supplement. So this again is a nutritional intervention where we can understand how we can provide a different energy source through the diet that will help that brain and essentially slow down the brain aging. So you may ask, what about cats? Well, indeed, we can do cognitive tests with them, but instead of using the MCTs, what we looked at here was a different blend. So this is a blend of a combination of fish oil, B vitamins, antioxidants, and also arginine. We included middle-aged to older cats. And at the end of the year, going through different tests, whether it was coping or visual learning, again, we saw that those cats that were on that specific brain protection blend, they made fewer errors in that cognitive test than those that were not supplemented. And then, finally, I would like to also share how nutrition can actually help with brain disease. Now, for all of you present in the meeting room and those connected online, you are aware that these are probably the most challenging cases that you have in your clinics. We collaborated with the Royal Veterinary College in London, in the UK, and what we were working with was the really difficult cases, the refractory epileptic cases. And what we did is we kept those animals on the same drugs, so we didn't change the medical drugs. The only thing that we did was we fed them with a diet that was actually containing these medium chain triglycerides, the MCTs, as well as few additional other brain nutrients. And in as little as 90 days, in 3 months, 71% of those dogs show a reduction in seizure frequency, but even more powerful was that 14% of those dogs went seizure free. And this is an example where you are not just changing the life of the dog, but the owner and also the vet. So again, this was where we were actually feeding the diet. They kept them on the same drugs. So you could see just by feeding the diet, this is the impact that it had on these cases. That was very relevant. So now I want to talk about the microbiome territory, because this is an area where we have only just touched the surface, and understand how nutrition can play a really key role is something critical, strategic for the company. As many of you are aware, microbiome is involved in many physiological processes that are vital to the actual host. Not least that we get 10% of our energy actually from the microbiome. But also we are seeing more and more papers which are demonstrating that changes in the microbiome are linked to diseases, both in humans but also in animals. So in the slide, you can see detail different cases where we are looking at microbiome in our company, the relation with IBD, with asthma, and with obesity. But the area that we found really interesting was that there was also insights to show that the microbiota, the actual bacteria, is also involved in neurodevelopment conditions. And we are getting much more insights now that there is a connection between what is the actual crosstalk between the gut and the brain, and probably you have already heard about the gut-brain axis. So one of the great things about being part of bigger Nestlé is the fact that they have been working in the area of probiotics, microbiome for over 30 years. So they're very advanced. So this gives us, as Purina, the opportunity not only for a transfer of knowledge, but also opportunities to leverage on their own cell cultures. That is something important in our research. And then, just to finish, I want to talk about another nutritional intervention, just to demonstrate you a bunch of different research areas where Purina is highly active, and with the intention to provide to the veterinary community with solutions. And this, in this case, this really came from something that is foundational to Purina, where we believe that not only pets and people belong together, but they are better together. And one of the unfortunate things is that globally, up to 1 in 5 adults are actually allergic to cats. And this has a real impact, not just obviously on cat ownership, it also impacts cat relinquishment. And those people that have allergies to cats and keep their cats, and there are many of them, but it also impacts the cat owner relationship that we'll have in the future. So now, by the way, 95% of the cat allergy instances are done to one specific allergen that is called FeLD1. And this FeLD1, by the way, is produced by every single cat. So there is no such thing as hypoallergenic cats. Even hairless cats produce FeLD1 antigen, and it's produced primarily in the salivary and in the sebaceous glands. So what we challenged ourselves in Purina was there some way that we could actually neutralize this specific antigen? Because what happens is that when it's secreted in the saliva, when the cat grooms and then transfers that FeLD1 onto the hair, and then when the hair dries, it gets entered into the environment thanks to the shed the hair and dander. So now what we don't want to do, obviously, because we don't know exactly what FeLD1 is doing, we don't know what is biological role in the cat. So the last thing that we want to do is look to stop the production. And we certainly didn't want to impact the cat's physiology. But we thought, is there some way that we could actually find a way to neutralize the FeLD1, but after it has been produced in the saliva? So this has been over 10 years fully dedicated to research in this specific territory. At that time, we went from bench top right the way through to the actual studies in the cat. And essentially, how this technology works is that we leverage in a very safe and proven technology, which is actually using antibodies AGY. And what we wanted to do is to produce a specific antibody against the specific FeLD1 antigen. So that was the start of the work. And then that we were able to demonstrate was that by producing this specific anti-FeLD1 antibody, taking an egg product ingredient that contain it, then we coat it on the outside of a dry kibble, the pet food. So that when the cat actually shoot the food, the antibody then bound to its actual salivary FeLD1 antigen in the cat's mouth. So that when the cat then started grooming, the neutralized FeLD1 is actually distributed on the cat's hair and dander. So that when it's actually released into the environment, it's no longer recognized as an allergen by the human organism. So that was the whole premise behind what we did. And through our studies, this culminated in a study that was published in 2019, where we were able to demonstrate that by feeding these cats with a kibble, with a pet food, being coated with this egg product ingredient, which contains this very specific anti-FeLD1 antibody, that we could actually significantly reduce the amount of active FeLD1 on the hair and dander of the cat, starting in the third week of feeding that diet. And we could actually reduce it by an average of 47%. So the key thing here, and it's important to say, this is not a panacea, because obviously when people have sensitivities to cats, they are already undergoing lots of different management ways to actually help reduce the allergens. What this is offering up through a nutritional intervention is a new approach that can actually neutralize the amount of active FeLD1 that enters into the environment. And I think, again, this really just demonstrates the real power that nutrition can do, that we can actually use a nutritional component to even help reduce something that the cat is producing, but by the way, after its production, without actually changing the cat's physiology. All of us are aware about the critical and important role that nutrition plays. I will show just a few examples, and during today, I'm sure that the team is going and the expertise is going to share with you other ways that nutritional intervention is going to provide you with relevant solutions in the health and for the well-being of our cats and dogs. But the actual awareness about how relevant is nutrition, the true power and the impact that nutrition can do is still relatively low, not only in the veterinary community, but also amongst the pet owners. No? So in some global research, we found that less than 1 in 4 veterinarians around the world proactively talk about nutrition to their clients. And if veterinarians shy away from these conversations, then pet owners are going to go to other sources of information like Dr. Google. So, and that is a real shame, because 83% of pet owners also told us that they are completely trust about the information they get from their vets. And yet less than half of those pet owners are receiving such information from the veterinarian. So we are losing a tremendous opportunity. The veterinarians are losing an opportunity to interact with the pet owners and to reinforce this kind of trust. That is the reason why the Purine Institute has created purineinstitute.com. It's a website, it's a source of information fully dedicated to solve the most frequent issues and trendy questions about nutrition. This website is regularly updated, and it contains scientific summaries, reports, videos, publications, and downloading materials that you can share internally in the clinic or with your pet owners with a proper and understandable language to inform veterinarians, but also providing you with adequate skills to start a conversation, to start educating the pet owners in the area of pet nutrition. So I just want to finish by saying it's really, really important to have nutrition conversations. It's very different when we are feeding our cats and dogs, when we have so much more control and we are so much more advanced in understanding that real powerful impact it can have on their health and well-being. And as with everything, science is so much more powerful when it's shared. So I would like to thank for listening to me along this session. But before finishing, I would like to share with you a video. In this video, we're going to see an introduction about the Purina Institute by the Purina as a company and also by our R&D department, that is a relevant department as part of our company.
Transforming the lives of pets starts with imagining the impossible. What is it that we're trying to solve? And then let's imagine a future without that problem.
Nutrition influences every aspect of a pet's life. For pet owners, finding information's easy, but finding factual information, that's the challenge.
The Purina Institute will translate science into language that everyone can understand.
We believe in the power of nutrition backed by objective science.
We will become the voice for nutritional science, making scientific facts more accessible to the veterinarians.
Our science has shown that a diet rich in MCTs can help senior dogs think more like they did when they were younger.
We gave them back their quality of life through nutrition. When we have these breakthroughs, we don't stop.
Our 14-year longevity study showed that maintaining a lean body condition from puppyhood onward can extend a dog's healthy life by nearly 2 years.
We're continually thinking ahead, asking, what is the next big thing?
Nobody makes these big discoveries on their own. Research is all about teamwork.
The Purina Institute will connect the most innovative minds in pet health, enabling collaboration around the world and facilitating the exchange of knowledge. We take pride in sharing our key findings with the scientific community, thus enabling pets around the world to benefit from our work.
This isn't about products or trends. It isn't speculative or marketing puffery. It is about science and how science makes nutrition better. And we've only begun to imagine all that nutrition can do.
Thanks to everyone for your attendance, and now it would be a pleasure for me trying to answer your questions.
Thank you, Daniel. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Need to test my TV reporter skills, but no, I'm joking. So
I can see you.
We have a couple of questions from the people who are streaming. So I'll start with those. Then guys, remember, if anyone has a question, and I hope you do, just raise your hand. We have Joao on the right side and Mustafa on the left side that can come to you with a microphone. So Daniel, the first question is, in the lean condition mass in Labradors, with which body condition score the animals were included as part of the clinical trial?
Yeah, you know, the body condition scorecard is a very practical tool. I suggest everyone to leverage on that because it's highly visual. It's a way to explain to the pet owners how important is to maintain the animal in a correct weight condition. Sometimes it's complicated to explain, no? That the animal is overweighted, okay? In our study with the Labrador Retrievers, we selected Labrador Retrievers in the habitual body condition mass. So that means that the scoring for those animals were between 6 and 7. That is the habitual scoring in Labrador Retrievers. And the ideal scoring is between 4 and 5. And we demonstrated along the study that at the end, those animals closer to the scoring between 4 and 5, the life expectancy was much more extended, reaching even 2 years of an additional life expectancy, what is a tremendous achievement. It's more than 10% of increasing the expectation of life.
Thank you. So, questions in the room?
Hello?
Hello.
So, how long does it take for the IgY to stop the production of the FILD1 allergen in the cat's saliva? And is the IgY component available in all Purina diets, or is there special diets that contain the IgY?
Good questions. The first thing I would like to remark is Purina Institute is fully dedicated to science, so I cannot really communicate about the product characteristics, because that is one of the characteristics of the Purina Institute. We are by far to any commercial aspects, okay? But from scientific perspective, I can answer you. So in fact, it's important to highlight that we are not stopping the production, we are neutralizing the FILD1. That is important because the FILD1 is not so clear which is the physiology function in the cat. So what we are doing is exactly neutralizing the epitope that in the antigen is initiating the human allergy to cats. So the objective really is to mitigate the symptomatology in humans. And this is something that has been demonstrated. In fact, in a European Congress past June, we presented a poster and we are planning some publications in peer-reviewed journals demonstrating that those cat owners with cat allergy and feeding the cats with this specific diet, they were showing less intensity in some ocular or nasal symptoms. So the reduction in those symptoms, so I would say the peak of the efficacy of this technology of feeding is around 3 weeks after the introduction of the feeding. I think I'm sharing your question.
Yeah, about I think about the IgY component, is it available in all the Purina diets, or?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I missed that one. No, it's a specific diet.
A specific diet, right?
It's a specific diet.
Can you tell us which one is it?
Daniel, I could maybe jump in here.
Jeff can answer.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about Live Clear, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, so the innovation is called Live Clear. Live Clear, and we're planning to launch it in this part of the world, but I would say, Daria, maybe end of next year? Towards end of next year, or the year after it. But yeah, there is a solution, and it is coming to the Middle East and primarily UAE. Yeah. Sorry, Daniel, but had to.
No, it was fantastic. I think it's a fantastic example of all the innovation that Purina is introducing to the market. So this specific innovation is quite recent. And as Jeff mentioned, we are still in the launching process. We are not launched in all the markets at once. So it's a progress.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question regarding the MCTs and how they relate to cognitive dysfunction. So if I understood you correctly, you're only able to show that MCTs prevent cognitive dysfunction from forming. Do you have any research that actually looks at treatment of dogs or cats that have been diagnosed with cognitive dysfunction and how they work in that case?
Well, in fact, it's a very good question. In fact, the trial, I think, is not only showing prevention, also treatment, because at the time we were selecting the animals, we selected normal animals, but normal animals of 7 years of age. So that means that they already were in the age status of showing some cognitive dysfunction. Okay, natural cognitive dysfunction based on the brain aging. And what we demonstrated is that those dogs supplemented with the MCTs were improving the cognitive activities. So I think what we demonstrated is that could be preventative, but could be also considered as a mitigation in the evolution of the normal cognitive dysfunction. And another example, we have it with the refractory epilepsy. In this case, we included in the study animals suffering epilepsy. And we demonstrated that with the inclusion of the MCTs, we reduce the frequency, the severity, and in some cases, some animals stop showing any kind of seizure activity. No? So I think the MCTs are a good ingredient to be considered not only from a preventive perspective, but also in some treatment.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Dr. Rashid. Are MCTR effective against degenerative myelopathies in German Shepherd? You have included only Labrador in your study.
Yes, we included only refractory epilepsy. So any other kind of neurologic disorder should be analyzed. No, we never ran a specific trial to measure the impact in those cases. But again, as this kind of nutritional intervention is not really invasive, what I suggest in those cases, you keep those dogs in under the recommended medical approach treatment, but introducing a feeding, a diet that contains the medium chain triglycerides, and perhaps you are improving the.
Getting there.
Sorry?
Welcome back. Can you hear me?
Hello. Any technical issue? Yes, perfectly.
Perfect.
So I don't know if it was possible for the audience to listen my answer.
No, you actually got disconnected. So if you heard my question, can you answer again, please, with regards to welfare guidelines?
Yeah. What I'm mentioning is that we haven't run any specific trial for that specific pathology. But my suggestion is to include the MCTs in the nutrition, in the feeding of those animals, because it's not invasive, and probably is going to improve the metabolism of the neurons.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this one, sorry, Daniel, to jump in. This one, we heard you loud and clear.
Okay.
I asked a question after it, so I'll ask it again. Someone on the live stream would like to know regarding the trials we have presented today. Is Purina following any welfare guidelines?
Yeah, good question also. Yes, we are discussing with experts internally in the company, externally in the company. We are building up the research protocols in order to demonstrate the different hypotheses, no, regarding the nutrition interventions. And at the end, before activating any kind of research, everything is evaluated internally by an ethical committee, but also by the European agency. So everything is respecting the welfare regulation.
Thank you, Daniel. Guys, any other question in the room? Don't want to make it too awkward. No more questions? Okay, Mr. Daniel, thanks, man. We enjoyed the talk about Purina Institute, and I think there's no more questions, so...
Fantastic.
That's it.
I wish you all a good event.
Thank you.
Enjoy it.
Can we go to the lunch slide? I think everyone's waiting for that. Okay, there we go. So guys, I hope you didn't eat too much during the coffee break, because remember, we have lunch, and then there's more breaks, then there's dinner. So make sure you manage well the consumption today. So the lunch will be at Flow Kitchen. It's right through the lobby and downstairs. It's going to be easy to find. There's a lot of signs, and there's a team outside waiting to accompany you. Let's try to be back in less than an hour, if possible, just for us to pick up where we left off and try to save you some time today. All right, so enjoy lunch, and we'll see you in less than an hour. Thank you. Test, test. All right, welcome back. I hope you guys got some nice food to keep you going for the next few sessions. Keep in mind there will be a couple of more breaks with some snacks. So the first part of the day we went through, I would say, a light conversation with Peter just about life, motivation, self-awareness. I hope this is something that will help you guys beyond just the work environment. We had Dr. Daniel talking about Purina Institute, took a break, and now I'd like to introduce Dr. Andy to take us through, I would say, the biggest part of the day on feline hydration and strategies. Dr. Andy, please welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Jeff. I'll try not to do that. Jeff, Daria, thank you so much for the invitation to be here. I was saying this is my first in-person event for 2 years. 2 years ago, I was at a conference in San Francisco, and with COVID and the pandemic, there's been nothing since. So it's a huge privilege to be here, and thank you so much for the invitation and the opportunity to join with you today. It was interesting listening to Peter in his presentation and talking about strengths and how we need to try and focus on strengths and be positive about our strengths. Well, I think there's one strength that probably all of us share, whether we're in this room or we're online. All of us have a strength that we are learners. You wouldn't be here today if you weren't a learner, if you didn't want to improve your knowledge. And I have to say, every time I give a presentation, every time I start reviewing some of the literature, I always learn new stuff. And I'm always excited to try and pass on some of the stuff that I've learned. So there's stuff today that has come about through me doing some research and literature review recently. And I hope that together we can go on a bit of a journey, learning about hydration in cats and where that becomes critical, some of the strategies that we try to employ to try and improve hydration in cats and where they fail, and how that might lead into the use of a new product like we're here to talk about today. So I want to start off just by talking about the physiology, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about physiology because I know for most of us physiology probably isn't our favorite topic. But just to remind you really of some of the complexity around the homeostatic mechanisms that are in place to help us and our patients manage optimum hydration. So you'll remember that on average, an adult cat, about 60% of its body weight is made up of water. That water content is typically divided into extracellular fluid, which is about 1/3 of that, and intracellular fluid, which is about 2/3. And again, that extracellular fluid we can divide into plasma, the circulating volume. That's about 25% of extracellular fluid, and interstitial fluid, which makes up about 75% of the extracellular fluid. So that's, broadly speaking, the composition, the water that we have in our bodies. Now that is maintained under tight control, of course, and it's a very simple equation. The amount of water you get rid of through urine, through feces, through breathing, through your skin, has to balance with the amount of water that you take in. If you don't take enough water in, then you're going to become dehydrated, because we are going to lose water irrespective of what goes on. There is some control over that, of course, the way that we concentrate our urine, etc. But we need to take in sufficient water in our food, through our drinking, to compensate for what we're going to be losing. So it's mainly food and drinking that is responsible for the intake of water. There is also a small amount of what's called metabolic water as well. Just to remind you that when food substrates are oxidized in the body, so when protein or fat or carbohydrate is oxidized, that actually produces some water as well. That's called metabolic water, and that probably accounts for around about 5 to 10% of the water needs. And of course, we're all familiar with different ways of looking at the water requirement. I guess for us as clinicians, we probably tend to think of that formula 40 to 60 mils per kilogram body weight per day as being the sort of requirement for a cat. It varies obviously between individuals. Just looking a little bit more carefully at the physiological mechanisms that are underlying the maintenance of hydration, If an animal, if we become dehydrated, if a cat becomes dehydrated, that will result in an increased concentration of our blood, an increased plasma osmolality. And that is detected by receptors in the hypothalamus. So there are hypothalamic osmoreceptors that are specifically designed to detect concentration of blood. If that concentration of blood increases, then that stimulates the release of AVP, arginine vasopressin, or antidiuretic hormone from the pituitary. So that's a primary response to dehydration, release of AVP. AVP itself causes vasoconstriction, so it helps to sustain and maintain blood pressure and blood supply to vital organs. But those hypothalamic receptors that have been stimulated will also result in stimulation of the thirst center in the hypothalamus as well. So there is an immediate drive for us to drink more water as well. Now, that release of AVP has an effect on the kidneys as well that we are well aware of. That increases water resorption from the tubules in the kidney and from the collecting ducts. So we get conservation of water in the kidneys, an increase in our thirst drive, and that's designed to maintain homeostasis, to increase our water intake, conserve our water output, and maintain normal hydration. There's another mechanism at role here as well, which is baroreceptors in blood vessels, which detect the circulating volume. So not only do we get hemoconcentration, increased concentration of blood, we also get reduced plasma volume. That's detected by baroreceptors or volume receptors. And those two will stimulate vasopressin release from the pituitary. They will also stimulate the angiotensin-aldosterone system. So that also contributes to vasoconstriction, maintenance of blood pressure, but also results in increased sodium resorption from the kidneys. Again, increasing sodium resorption from the kidneys helps us to conserve water from the kidneys, increase concentration of urine, again, to maintain normal hydration. So we've got a complex mechanism at play. And I won't go through all the details again, but just a couple of other things, just to emphasize that this is a complex system. We have receptors in our intestinal tract, in our pharynx and in our intestinal tract that actually detect the ingestion of water. That contributes to the overall mechanisms at play in regulating water intake. The action of vasopressin or antidiuretic hormone in the kidneys is primarily through increased expression of aquaporins on the surface of cells. Aquaporins are these ducts that allow water to permeate freely. So it allows water to be resorbed from the collecting tubules and ducts across that gradient that's maintained by the sodium concentration. So these are complex mechanisms at play. So what about cats? Well, one of the interesting things about cats is that cats have been reported to be relatively insensitive to dehydration. They've been reported to have a poorer thirst drive than humans or dogs. Now, it's certainly true, and we'll see in a minute, that cats do produce more concentrated urine than dogs or humans. Generally speaking, a cat's going to produce more concentrated urine. We know that there are aging processes that also affect hydration status, and we'll come and have a look at those as well. But I wanted just to take a minute to focus on this idea that cats have a poor thirst drive and are insensitive to dehydration. It's a really common thing. You will read about it in a lot of veterinary textbooks. The argument goes that cats originated as desert animals. That's probably not entirely true, but this is the argument. Cats originated as desert animals. There's probably little safe drinking water that's naturally available to them, so they're going to derive most of their water from ingestion of prey animals, the water that's present in prey animals. And the argument is this results in a low thirst drive, lower than humans or dogs, and that cats can't compensate very well for a low water intake. So this is the dogma that's present in a lot of textbooks that you read. I just want to get you to think for a moment, does that actually make any sense to you? If you have a cat, even if you assume that it was originating as a desert animal with very little supply of natural water, and so the evolution of the cat is to be able to produce very concentrated urine to conserve its water, would it make any sense that it has a very poor thirst drive? If water is so important, if it's such a rare substrate for a cat, would it make any sense that the cat would make itself vulnerable to dehydration? I'm not sure that that does make any sense. So we do know for sure cats have a greater ability to concentrate their urine. That does make sense. So they can concentrate their urine better than dogs, better than us. Most of the time a cat will be producing more concentrated urine than a dog or than you or I. But what about this idea that they're insensitive to dehydration? I had to go on a bit of a journey to try and find out where the original research was that related to this. And as far as I can tell, it all goes back to a single study that was written in 1947 by an American researcher called Adolph. And he looked at the response of a number of animals to dehydration. Dogs, cats, a number of other animal species as well. And he artificially dehydrated them effectively. He put them into very hot, dry environments, induced dehydration in these animals, and looked at what their response was to dehydration. What he found was that if he dehydrated dogs to a loss of 8% of their body weight, when he allowed those dogs to drink again, they rapidly replenished the water that had been lost. Within a few minutes, they had drunk enough water to replace what had been lost during the dehydration phase. What he found was that with cats, it took them a little bit longer. It's not that they didn't rehydrate themselves, it took them a little bit longer than it took the dogs to rehydrate. And because of that single finding, back in 1947, it's been assumed that cats have a poor thirst drive. Well, there are two other things that are important. First of all, when he was trying to dehydrate either dogs or cats in the presence of a water supply, cats were just as good as dogs at replenishing the water that was being lost, so they weren't becoming dehydrated when there was a water supply for them at the same time. The other thing that we need to remember, perhaps, is that cats can't physically drink as well as dogs do. Don't know if any of you have looked at some of the videos that show how cats drink and how dogs drink, how dogs curl up their tongue, and so they are actually ingesting quite significant volumes of water when they lap at a water bowl. A cat doesn't do that. A cat dips its tongue in the water and tries to capture the drips effectively. So it's probably not surprising that a cat would take longer than a dog to replenish its water simply because physically it can't drink as fast as dogs. So, bottom line is, I don't think we have any good evidence that cats are insensitive to dehydration or that they have a poorer thirst drive. In fact, I would say the opposite. The evidence is that it is probably just as good in cats as it is in dogs. So why is that all important? Well, of course, there are people that suggest that dry cat food is a very unnatural diet for cats, and if you feed a cat dry cat food, then the cat is not going to drink enough water. that is definitely not true. I'll show you some of the evidence in a minute that definitely shows that cats fed dry cat food will take in the water that they need. There is no problem with feeding dry cat food. There have been many studies that have been done. This is one that was published by Tony Buffington, a review published by Tony Buffington in the Canadian Veterinary Journal. But many studies that have shown that wet foods and dry foods are both perfectly adequate in healthy individuals for providing good, balanced nutrition. So what I'm going to talk to you about today, don't misunderstand anything that I say. Dry cat food is absolutely fine for a healthy individual. I've owned cats for many, many years, and I routinely feed them dry food. There are some situations where we want to optimize water intake, where we might choose something different, but there is nothing inherently wrong with dry cat food. But we need to be aware that there are situations where both us as human beings and also animals are more at risk of becoming dehydrated. There is a change as we get older. As we get older, we tend to have a lower total body water content. So compared to a 30-year-old person, somebody who is 70 years old has something like, on average, 15% lower total body water content. The reason for that primarily is loss of lean body mass. As we get older, so we lose muscle. Loss of lean body mass means that we have a lower total body water content. That in itself isn't a problem, but you might like to think of that in terms of a diminished water reserve, as it were. So that can potentially predispose to dehydration because we're dealing with a lower amount to begin with. And that can be, or the risk of dehydration can be increased by other factors. Other factors that can be associated with the aging process itself. So as we get older, our kidneys don't function as well. Irrespective of whether there is any kidney disease present, we somewhat lose the ability to concentrate urine. So we have a reduced ability to conserve water. We are producing slightly more dilute urine. We've got this reduced body reserve, as it were. And also, as we get older, there is a reduced thirst response. So even when we become dehydrated, we have a reduction in our thirst response. So there's alteration in neuroreceptors, and there's also alteration in neurotransmitters, which make the response to dehydration more blunted. So an older individual has somewhat more difficulty maintaining normal hydration status. Now, that almost definitely occurs in cats as well as it does in humans. It's certainly been shown to occur in other species. In cats, from the lifetime nutritional studies that Purina have done, we know that in cats, as they get older, their total lean body mass diminishes, just as in humans. That means that they will have a lowered water reserve, effectively, a lower percentage water in the body. We know too from these studies in older cats, again, irrespective of whether kidney disease is there, they tend to produce slightly more dilute urine, so they are losing more water in the urine. And the importance with these physiological changes as we age is that that can exacerbate things when it comes to disease. So if we have an older cat that has diminished water reserve, that has perhaps a poorer response to dehydration, if we have a disease on top of that that is going to predispose to dehydration, then that cat is definitely going to be at higher risk of becoming dehydrated. And that's nothing to do about whether dry food or wet food is the best type of food to feed a cat. Best type of food to feed a cat is the food that meets its nutritional requirements. But there may be some situations, if we're trying to optimize water intake, where we say, well, actually, a diet that has a higher water content may be a little bit better for the cat. This slide summarizes 4 studies that have been published in the literature, just comparing total water intake when cats were fed dry diets, and the dry diets varied between 4 and 8% moisture content, and when the cats were fed wet diets, and those wet diets varied between, as you can see, 73% and 84% moisture content. Now you can see that the total water intake is always higher when the cat is fed wet food rather than dry food. So this is a strategy that does help water intake, feeding wet food rather than dry food. Where we want to increase the amount a cat is drinking or increase water consumption, feeding a wet food is going to be helpful. It does make sense. But I want you to notice that there's a big difference between those different studies, right? Some of them, the overall increase when they're fed a wet diet rather than a dry diet is really very small, and in other studies, it's much more marked. And the reason for that is that the effectiveness of the diet in increasing water intake is going to vary depending on the composition of the diet. If we have a diet that has a high solute load, high concentrations of electrolytes, perhaps a relatively high protein content, which produces urea when it's broken down, a high solute load means that there's going to be a greater loss of water through the kidneys as those solutes are excreted, and so total water intake may improve, but we're going to lose more water through the urine as well. So it does vary depending on the underlying diet that we're actually dealing with. So these are important considerations, right? We need to be aware of when cats are at risk of becoming dehydrated. We need to be particularly thinking about older cats and maintaining water balance in older cats. And I want to just talk to you about some of the clinical scenarios where we know that water intake is going to be important. So diseases where water intake is going to be important. Maintaining really good hydration is going to be part of our management strategy. So the first of these is chronic kidney disease. Now, we're all well aware that chronic kidney disease is a really prevalent condition in cats. Of all the species that we deal with, cats have the highest prevalence of chronic kidney disease. This is a study that was published in Veterinary Clinics of North America. It's Compendium of Continuing Education. When that was being published, it summarizes a large number of cases of chronic kidney disease in cats, but you can see that there is an age-related prevalence here. As cats get older, particularly over 7 to 10 years of age, the prevalence of chronic kidney disease increases markedly. This is a study from Vet Compass Group in the UK. They are doing some large-scale epidemiological studies of companion animal diseases in the UK. This is one of the studies that they published looking at the causes of death in cats over 5 years of age. And kidney disease was the second most common cause of death, behind neoplasia and mass lesions. So kidney disease is a prevalent condition. It is a common condition, and it's a common cause of death. And we know, of course, that chronic kidney disease is associated with a loss of concentrating ability. One of the hallmarks of chronic kidney disease is a reduction in the number of functioning nephrons. Fewer nephrons in the kidney means a reduction in the ability of the kidneys to concentrate urine. So again, this summarizes 4 quite large studies that were published looking at the most common clinical signs in cats with chronic kidney disease. The second most common reported clinical sign was dehydration, 61% of the cats with chronic kidney disease. Dehydration is common because of that obligatory diuresis that's occurring with chronic kidney disease. Is that harmful? We don't actually know the answer to that in cats, but we have a very good idea that it is almost certainly very harmful to the kidneys if the cat becomes dehydrated. We do have good evidence from studies in rats and in humans as well. Rats that undergo 5/6 nephrectomy to induce chronic kidney disease, we know that water intake is important. This was a study where rats were nephrectomized. They were either allowed normal water intake, so they were fed dry kibble food plus a supply of water ad lib, or the dry food was mixed with a water-enriched agar gel to increase their water intake. That resulted in roughly a doubling of the total water intake for those rats, and a very significant reduction in urine concentration. So they were successful in increasing water intake in those rats. And they found that that resulted in slowed progression of proteinuria, slowed progression of glomerulosclerosis, and a reduction or slowing in the hypertension that was developing in these rats as well. So good evidence that improving water intake was slowing the progression of chronic kidney disease. This was a different study looking at spontaneously hypertensive rats, which are also a good model for chronic kidney disease in humans. And these rats were exposed to recurrent dehydration just through periodic restriction of their water intake. And in this study, they found that that resulted again in increased blood pressure in these rats. Reduction in water intake resulted in a decreased glomerular filtration rate, greater renal fibrosis, increased renal inflammation, progression of the chronic kidney disease. And this was likened to perhaps small episodes of acute kidney injury, dehydration, resulting in repeated small injuries to the kidney, resulting in progression of chronic kidney disease. And we believe that probably much the same is at play in cats with chronic kidney disease as well. This still needs to be verified, but there are many veterinary nephrologists now that believe this is probably one of the important underlying mechanisms of progression of kidney disease in cats. Recurrent episodes of dehydration which lead to damage to the kidneys. Won't go through all the details here, but again, in human medicine, there is very good evidence, epidemiological evidence and interventional evidence, that dehydration is harmful to the kidneys in humans with chronic kidney disease, and maintaining optimal or supraoptimal hydration, increasing water intake, is protective and may even prevent the development of chronic kidney disease in some individuals. So it's not just rat models, this applies to humans, and it almost certainly applies to cats as well. So when it comes to managing chronic kidney disease, I think we've always thought that maintaining hydration is going to be an important thing to do in cats with chronic kidney disease. These are the ISFM guidelines on management of chronic kidney disease, and it's one of the things that I was involved in, and maintaining good hydration was one of the strong recommendations in the panel that formulated these guidelines. Maximizing voluntary intake of water, making sure cats have free access to water, using wet foods rather than dry foods to try and optimize water intake, considering adding water to the diet, providing other means of water, subcutaneous fluid therapy or intravenous fluid therapy when needed. But as time goes by, we see an increasing importance for this kind of recommendation. It's not only going to make the cat feel better, but we may actually be doing a lot to slow down the progression of chronic kidney disease by maintaining optimal hydration. Second disease that's worthwhile highlighting, and of course when it comes to chronic kidney disease and indeed hypothyroidism, we need to remember that these are diseases of older cats, right? And those older cats have gone through those physiological changes that I've already talked to you about. So they have a diminished water reserve in the body. They have a reduced response to dehydration because of the physiological changes that take place with aging. So they are more predisposed to developing dehydration. So CKD, important. Hypothyroidism, important as well. Again, it's a common disease of older cats. Data from the US, some of the veterinary teaching hospitals in North America, just looking at the prevalence of hypothyroidism that was diagnosed between 1979 and 1997. Just simply showing that we've seen this big increase in the prevalence of hypothyroidism in most countries worldwide. Still some variation between individual countries, but this is a common disease worldwide now. In many countries, the most common endocrine disorder in cats. Again, this is some of the results from the Vet Compass group in the UK that are doing some great epidemiological work. This was looking at nearly 100,000 feline consults from 84 different clinics in the UK. And they worked out that the overall prevalence of hypothyroidism in cats attending veterinary clinics in the UK was nearly 2.5%, and in cats over 10 years of age, that was nearly 9%. So nearly 1 in 10 cats over the age of 10 presented to clinics in the UK will have hypothyroidism. It's a common disease. AAFP, American Association of Feline Practitioners, published some guidelines on diagnosis and management of hypothyroidism. These were published in the Journal of Feline Medicine and Surgery fairly recently. Amongst those guidelines, obviously, they highlighted the clinical presentation of cats with hypothyroidism. And we still see very commonly weight loss as a presenting sign in cats with hypothyroidism, often in the face of a good appetite. So weight loss and polyphagia and polyuria polydipsia. These are common clinical signs in cats that present with hypothyroidism. Now, the clinical presentation has changed a little bit over the years. This study highlights differences over a 10-year period in the prevalence of different clinical signs at presentation of cats that were diagnosed with hypothyroidism. Back in 1982, they identified PUPD in 60% of cats with hypothyroidism. In 1992, that had dropped down to 36%. And that's simply because as time has gone on, we've recognized and diagnosed hypothyroidism often at an earlier stage, before some of the classic signs might have developed. But even so, polyuria polydipsia is still a common presenting sign of cats with hypothyroidism. Why does that occur? That was a question that I asked myself for a long time, and it took me a fair bit of hunting to find the answer to that. And it turns out that the major reason why cats with hypothyroidism develop polyuria polydipsia, same as with humans with hypothyroidism, is downregulation of those aquaporin channels in the kidney. When aquaporins are expressed on the tubular surface, that allows water to pass through. It allows water to be conserved in the renal medulla across that osmotic gradient. If those aquaporin channels are not expressed on the cell surface, there is a reduced resorption of water. You get increased water loss in the urine. And it turns out that hypothyroidism itself results in a reduced expression of those aquaporin channels. That's the primary reason for the polyuria and polydipsia that we see. There are other reasons that contribute to it: increased blood pressure, increased cardiac output, increased renal blood flow. All of these things may contribute to it as well. But those aquaporins are probably the major reason why cats develop the PUPD. So it's an obligatory polyuria. The cats are unable to conserve water as well as they would want to through the kidneys, and so they're predisposed to developing dehydration. Another situation where certainly we would want to optimize water intake in these cats, right? They've got obligatory polyuria. Part of our management of that condition, it's an older cat losing too much water. We want to maintain the best hydration we can, particularly because we know there's really quite a close association between hypothyroidism and chronic kidney disease. In many cats, both conditions go along together. Some cats that are successfully treated for hypothyroidism, they will develop chronic kidney disease within a short period of time. So we want to be maintaining optimal hydration in these cats as well. Third condition that I want to highlight to you is constipation. Constipation is a common presentation in cats. I'm sure all of you on a relatively regular basis have to deal with cats that present with constipation. And of course, there are a wide range of different causes of constipation. This is a cat with idiopathic megacolon. But there are lots of different causes of constipation. It can be obstruction. That might be intraluminal obstruction, it might be extraluminal. So it might be a mass that's compressing the rectum, for example. There can be metabolic causes. Hypokalemia. Hypokalemia is common in chronic kidney disease. That may contribute, perhaps, in some cases of constipation. Hypocalcemia. Some drugs may predispose towards constipation. Hypothyroidism. Constipation is one of the features of hypothyroidism. Neuromuscular disease. Clearly, and again, cats with idiopathic megacolon, there is an underlying neuromuscular problem with those cats. It may be simple pain. Some cats simply squatting in a litter tray to defecate, if it's an older cat with osteoarthritis, that may be a really painful thing for the cat to do. That may contribute to constipation. In other cases, it may be related to the diet that the cat's on or the environment and the litter box management with the owner. So there are a lot of different things that we need to consider when it comes to managing constipation. And in truth, when it comes to actual management of constipation and the treatment and prevention of constipation, there's not a lot of critical information that's been published. There's a lot of review papers that have been published, but not many primary research papers that have really looked critically at different strategies for managing constipation. But it is widely recognized that dehydration is going to be a predisposing factor for constipation, and part of the long-term management is going to involve trying to optimize hydration in these patients. Improving hydration, improving water content of the feces is going to help manage constipation. That makes a lot of logical sense, known to be a benefit in humans, assumed to be of benefit in cats as well. So assessing and managing hydration is one of the fundamental steps. A couple of studies just to show you that have actually looked at risk factors in cats for development of constipation. One of them looked at rescue cats, cats that had gone into rehoming shelters in the UK. They found simply that constipation was more common in older cats than younger cats, and they found a peak was around about 5 to 10 years of age for constipation. Not exactly earth-shattering research, but still good to have clinical impressions confirmed. Second study was looking at cats that were referred to emergency clinics for management of constipation. That study found that on average the cats were around about 10 years of age. So again, we are generally speaking looking at an older population of cats with those age-related changes that we've already talked about. Other risk factors that they identified: cats that were overweight, cats that had chronic kidney disease were more at risk of developing constipation, those cats that already had a history of constipation, more likely to get another episode in the future. And they did show in this study as well that the use of fluid therapy, in this case intravenous or subcutaneous fluid therapy, did seem to improve the outcome in these cats. So when it comes to managing a constipated cat, getting that cat well hydrated is one of the first steps that we want to do. So hydrating the cat, use of laxatives, often that may be sufficient to enable us to resolve the immediate issue. Sometimes we'll need to go further, sometimes we need to have manual evacuation of feces if they're impacted, etc. But once we've controlled the problem, then we need to think about prevention in the future. And again, lots of different strategies, and part of prevention will obviously depend on what the underlying cause is, identifying specific underlying causes when we can, but optimizing water intake, making sure that the cats don't become dehydrated, is one of the important strategies. Diet, obviously important as well. Wet diet rather than a dry diet, probably a mixture of insoluble and soluble fiber to help bulk the feces, but the soluble fiber helps to draw water into the feces as well, keeping it soft. So a lot of different strategies, but maintaining good water intake is important. When it comes to the relationship between constipation and CKD, I've already shown you one of those studies identified CKD as a risk factor for development of constipation, and it is likely that simply cats that have CKD are more at risk of becoming dehydrated, therefore more at risk of developing constipation. Electrolyte changes with CKD, including hypokalemia, may contribute to that as well, because that will reduce the strength of muscle contractions potentially. So there are other things that come into play. When we use phosphate binders to try and control phosphate levels in the blood, that may also contribute to constipation. So quite a complex situation, but hydration again important. And I'll just highlight this study to you as well. This is one that was published relatively recently in Journal of Feline Medicine and Surgery, looking at relationship between constipation and CKD and the frequency of defecation in cats. So this was a survey-based study. It was looking at 124 healthy cats, as you can see, and 43 cats with chronic kidney disease. What they identified in this study essentially is that cats with chronic kidney disease urinate more frequently than healthy cats. Not a big surprise. It's kind of reassuring when you see data like that, because you think, yep, that makes perfect sense. These cats have obligatory polyuria. You would expect them to urinate more frequently. But they had a significantly reduced frequency of defecation as well. So compared to healthy cats, cats with CKD have a lower frequency of defecation. And what they found was that whereas only 15% of healthy cats defecate less than once a day, over 40% of cats with CKD were defecating less than once a day. So you can understand a reduced frequency of defecation is likely to predispose towards constipation, and indeed a number of those cats, even though they were still having a lower frequency of defecation, a number of those cats were on therapy, laxative therapy, to try and maintain the frequency of defecation. So you can see that there is this relationship between constipation and CKD as well. So management of constipation is complex. Only really given a very top-line overview of constipation here. Managing it depends very much on what the underlying cause is, but remembering if we're not identifying specific causes, or sometimes when we do identify a specific underlying disease like chronic kidney disease, hydration has a really important part to play. if we can maintain the best possible hydration in these patients, if we can alter their diet in a way that helps to retain moisture in the feces, then we are much more likely to successfully prevent them having recurrent bouts of constipation. So we looked at 3 conditions so far, 3 medical conditions where, my alarm's just gone off to tell me that's 45 minutes up. That is, for me, that's amazing timing, I have to say. So we looked at 3 medical conditions. We're going to take a break now for 10 or 15 minutes for coffee. When we come back, I'm going to finish up looking at a couple of other medical conditions where maintaining optimal hydration is really important. And then I want to look and review what we actually know about diet and other strategies that we've been using to try and optimize water intake and see what we know about how effective they are. So thanks very much for listening, and I will see you again in about 10 or 15 minutes. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. And we're on to part 2. And as I said before the break, I've got a couple of other conditions that I wanted to spend a little bit of time looking at. One in particular, we'll spend a few minutes looking at lower urinary tract disease, where water intake is an important part of our management, at least for a number of cases of lower urinary tract disease. Now, again, this is some data that was published from the UK, that Vet Compass epidemiology group based in London in the UK, looking at the prevalence of different conditions in first opinion practices in the UK, primary care practices. And lower urinary tract disease accounts for somewhere between 4 and 5% of the clinical presentations of cats in primary care practice in the UK. And that figure is actually very similar to other countries as well. There's been work done in the US that has looked at prevalence, very, very similar prevalence in the US, and anecdotally from other countries as well. So that's no surprise. We all know that lower urinary tract disease is a common condition in cats. Looking at the different causes of lower urinary tract disease, again, looking at what's been published and summarizing some of the different studies that have looked specifically at the underlying causes of lower urinary tract disease, idiopathic cystitis still remains the most common diagnosis that we make. It's a diagnosis of exclusion still, but typically that would account for about 60% of cases of lower urinary tract disease. As we'll see, I think water intake is important as part of our management strategy in these cats. Male cats that develop urethral plugs, somewhere between 15–20% of cases of lower urinary tract disease are male cats with urethral plugs presenting with urethral obstruction, and cases of urolithiasis probably account for around about 15% of cases of lower urinary tract disease. Some variation in prevalence between different countries for sure, but all three of those conditions, definitely water intake is an important consideration. So we'll spend a little bit more time looking at some of these. And firstly, I wanted to think about idiopathic cystitis, because if you're like me, you're probably still a bit confused about idiopathic cystitis in cats. I certainly don't have all the answers. And it's also a really interesting condition. I think one of the things I'd say right at the front is that I don't think we are still sure whether this is a single condition in cats, or if actually there are a number of different conditions that we just cannot differentiate between. And we lump them all together under this bracket of idiopathic cystitis. I think there is evidence that there may be some different underlying causes, but a lot more work to be done. Now, it's been assumed and thought that stress is a risk factor for development of idiopathic cystitis for many years. And there is evidence that stress is involved in at least some of these cases. I'm going to show you that it's perhaps not quite as straightforward as we think it is. What I'm going to show you doesn't mean that I don't think that stress is important, but I think it's not as simple as saying this is a stress-related disease, all we need to do is manage the stress and idiopathic cystitis goes away. We know, of course, that if cats, as with any other animal, are kept in a very monotonous environment, if there's no change from day to day, if the same thing happens at the same time every single day, and they're given no variety, then that is a stressful environment for them. And that's one of the factors that has been thought to play a role, at least in some cats, in the development of idiopathic cystitis, just that their environment may be very monotonous. No change, no difference. There is evidence, certainly, that at least some of these cats that develop idiopathic cystitis do have abnormal stress responses. Important to realize that this has only been studied in a relatively small number of cats with idiopathic cystitis, generally in cats with pretty severe signs as well. So we can't necessarily generalize this to every cat with idiopathic cystitis, but what's been found in these cats, you know, of course, the normal stress pathway starts in the hypothalamus, corticotrophin releasing hormone results in release of ACTH from the pituitary gland. That acts on the pituitaries to stimulate cortisol release. And at the same time as we've got that cortisol release going on, there is also a sympathetic drive. So we have increased release of adrenergic hormones, adrenaline and noradrenaline. In idiopathic cystitis, the cases that have been studied, and indeed in humans with interstitial cystitis or bladder pain syndrome, which appears to be somewhat analogous to the situation in cats, those two arms of the stress response appear to become uncoupled. So where it's been looked at in cats, there is evidence that these cats are stressed. They have increased levels of catecholamines, adrenaline and noradrenaline, but they have reduced cortisol responses. So something odd is going on with those cats. They are stressed, but they're having reduced cortisol responses, and indeed their adrenal glands are smaller than healthy cats. So something strange is going on. Don't know if that's a genetic effect or if it's an acquired defect. So stress then plays a role, or potentially plays a role, in development of signs of idiopathic cystitis. I say potentially. This is an interesting study. This was done by the group at Ohio State University, Tony Buffington and others, that have done a lot of the work on idiopathic cystitis in cats. They looked at 10 healthy cats and 18 cats with quite severe idiopathic cystitis. And in this study, they simply tried to stress the cats to see what would happen. So they subjected them to 5 days of stress. Now, this wasn't anything particularly nasty. It was just unfamiliar people looking after the cats. These cats had been donated to them at Ohio State University, so they were living at the university. And they disrupted their normal routines effectively. So they had different people going in, looking after the cats. Lights were turned on and off at random times of the day. Just things that would disturb the normal pattern of things, just to try and introduce an element of stress into their day-to-day lives. What they found was that there were stress responses in the cats. So some of the cats started eliminating outside of the litter tray. There was reduced elimination overall. Some of the cats developed inappetence. But the interesting thing is, none of those cats with idiopathic cystitis had a recurrent episode of idiopathic cystitis. So despite having quite severe disease, and despite deliberately trying to stress them, they couldn't induce an episode of idiopathic cystitis in any of those cats. Which, at least to my mind, and I appreciate I've not been immersed in research in idiopathic cystitis, but at least to my mind, this suggests that it's not a simple relationship between stress and development of idiopathic cystitis. The two may be related in some cats, but it's not a simple cause and effect relationship. The other thing that has been noted most frequently in cats with idiopathic cystitis is abnormalities of the bladder lining, and in particular, reduction in the glycosaminoglycans, the mucus layer, if you like, that lines the transitional epithelial cells in the bladder. So we've got those epithelial cells, those umbrella cells that line the bladder. Sitting on top of that is a layer of mucus, glycosaminoglycans, that are there to protect the epithelial surface from direct contact with the urine. And that layer of glycosaminoglycans appears to be deficient in cats with idiopathic cystitis, possibly in some other forms of lower urinary tract disease as well. But certainly in cats with idiopathic cystitis, we see much lower concentrations of glycosaminoglycans in their urine. And that is true of cats with active disease and also cats with a history of idiopathic cystitis that are free of clinical signs at the time when the urine is sampled. They still have low levels of glycosaminoglycans, significantly lower than normal cats. So that's been confirmed in at least 2 or 3 independent studies. And when you begin to look at the bladder of these cats that have got idiopathic cystitis, again remembering that this is relatively small numbers of cats that have been looked at, but these are electron micrographs from one of the studies published from the Ohio group again, and that's a scanning electron micrograph, the control there, scanning electron micrograph of the umbrella cells in a normal healthy cat, the bladder lining of a normal healthy cat. We have these epithelial cells that are all tightly held together. There are tight junctions between those cells that hold them together and form a really nice barrier. In cats with idiopathic cystitis, we see that there's a breakdown in those tight junctions. So the cells start to peel apart effectively, and then we lose some of those cells. So we get an area of ulceration. So there's a defect in the mucus layer that is probably resulting then in urine coming into direct contact with the epithelial cells, causing damage, areas of ulceration. Irrespective of whether that's a cause or an effect, that is certainly going to exacerbate the clinical signs that we see, because that's going to be painful. Urine irritating to tissues, coming into direct contact with submucosa, etc. So we don't know if it's a cause or effect, but it's certainly likely to contribute to the signs that we see. So this is a complex disease for sure. As I say, we don't know if it's one disease or more than one disease. Pathogenesis, definitely very complex. We've got evidence of neurogenic inflammation. We've got evidence of these abnormal stress responses in at least some cats with idiopathic cystitis. We've got evidence of an alteration and perhaps damage to the epithelial lining of the bladder. So, where does that take us to when it comes to treatment of cats with idiopathic cystitis? And I just want to show you the results of some of the studies that have been done looking at treatments of idiopathic cystitis. First one I want to show you is this, and I often use this as an illustration just to start off when we're thinking about treatment of idiopathic cystitis. This is a study that was conducted by Carl Osborne and colleagues a number of years ago now. It was published in Veterinary Clinics of North America. They took the view that idiopathic cystitis is a sterile inflammatory condition. And when you're dealing with a sterile inflammatory condition, why not use a drug like a glucocorticoid, corticosteroid? We know they're great anti-inflammatory drugs. Maybe this would be a really useful drug to treat cases of idiopathic cystitis. So they had 6 cats with idiopathic cystitis, confirmed idiopathic cystitis. They treated them with 1 milligram per kilogram twice a day for 10 days. So an anti-inflammatory dose of prednisolone. Those cats, remission of clinical signs after 1 to 2 days on average, remission of hematuria after around about 3 days. Pretty good response to prednisolone, right? Why aren't we using prednisolone to treat cats with idiopathic cystitis? Well, the simple reason is this was a placebo-controlled study. Double-blind, placebo-controlled study. There were another 6 cats that also had idiopathic cystitis, and they were given a placebo. And there was absolutely no difference in recovery, in the time to recovery from clinical signs, the time to recovery from hematuria. Whatever drug that we use seems to work. But the truth is, none of them are working at all, because in most cases, this is a disease that resolves. We have spontaneous remission, often within a few days of clinical signs. In some cats, we get recurrent signs very frequently. In some cats, we get very occasional recurrence of signs. But in most cats, the signs resolve spontaneously in a short period of time, making it look like anything we give them works, including antibiotics, which clearly have no effect in idiopathic cystitis. So, what about other treatments? What about using glycosaminoglycans? The most commonly used glycosaminoglycans would probably be pentazan polysulfate or glucosamine. These are oral products, and they are designed to be excreted in the urine and replace those glycosaminoglycans that are missing. So, in effect, providing like a bandage on the surface of the bladder, replacing the mucus layer that appears to be deficient. Well, there have been a number of studies that have been conducted. I've listed 4 of them on the slide there. These are placebo-controlled, well-conducted studies. Not a single one of them showed a benefit from using glycosaminoglycans in controlling long-term the signs of idiopathic cystitis. One of the reasons for that seems to be what was found in this particular study. This was a study that was actually done in Thailand, but it was a really nice study where they looked at glucosamine supplementation in healthy cats and in cats that had a history of idiopathic cystitis. Those cats with a history of idiopathic cystitis had lower levels of urinary glycosaminoglycans. And so they treated either the healthy or the cats with idiopathic cystitis, either with glucosamine or with placebo. And what they found simply was that if you give cats glucosamine by mouth, you can increase blood levels of glucosamine, but it makes no difference at all to the amount of glucosamine in the urine. It doesn't actually get excreted in the urine. So probably there's no value in using oral products. And you might then ask, well, what about introducing glycosaminoglycans into the bladder itself? Would that help? And there's only been one study that I'm aware of that has actually looked at that. That study showed no benefit from local administration of glycosaminoglycans either, unfortunately. But at least giving it by mouth, it doesn't look as though that's likely to have much effect. What about stress? Well, we're aware something like Feline may be effective in helping to manage stress. This is a study that was conducted at University of Glasgow, looking at cats with idiopathic cystitis again, and a crossover study designed with Feline or placebo. And although they didn't find any significant difference with the use of Feline, there was a trend. It was a relatively small study, and there was certainly a trend for a lower number of days of recurrent clinical signs in cats when they were exposed to Feline, suggesting that Feline may have some value in managing idiopathic cystitis. And of course, one of the things that we commonly do now in cats with idiopathic cystitis is to use multimodal environmental modification, MIMO as it's been called. This is a study that was published in the Journal of Feline Medicine and Surgery, again from the Ohio group a number of years ago. But it was looking at the environment of these cats that have idiopathic cystitis and assuming that there are likely to be multiple stressors in the environment of these cats. And so they were looking at different things that could be done to modify the environment that might make it less stressful for the cat, whether that's conflict between 2 cats in the household, whether that's cats that are afraid because strangers are coming into the environment. Lots of different aspects of the environment that was looked at, including improved management of litter trays, so cleaning the litter tray on a more regular basis, and also, interestingly, switching to a wet food rather than a dry food. So there are a lot of different modifications that were done in a group of cats that had quite severe signs of idiopathic cystitis. And you're probably familiar with this study. This is the overall result in terms of the reduction in frequency of signs of lower urinary tract disease. Also, they looked at things like fear response, nervousness, respiratory tract disease, and aggressiveness in these cats. they showed that by modifying the environment, trying to reduce various stresses in the environment, certainly there were indications that these cats were improved from that environmental modification. Less fear, less nervousness, less aggression from the cats, and there seemed to be a marked reduction in the frequency of signs of idiopathic cystitis. In fact, 75% of those cats at the end of the study were showing no signs of idiopathic cystitis. Makes it look like a really good study. And I'm not trying to knock this study. On the basis of this, multimodal environmental modification is something that we're all aware of, hopefully, and are probably doing as part of the management strategy, certainly in cats with severe recurrent signs of idiopathic cystitis. What I do want to point out is that this was an uncontrolled study. There wasn't a control group that was left untreated. That does complicate the picture. And I want to show you one other study from that group at Ohio State University as well. This was looking at over 100 cats with recurrent idiopathic cystitis. This is actually one of the studies that looked at pentazam polysulfate, glycosaminoglycan replacer. They divided those cats up into 4 groups. One group received placebo, and then there were 3 different doses of pentazam polysulfate. They followed those cats for a 26-week period to see what would happen. Owner-recorded scores improved by 75% in all of those groups. There was no significant difference between them, so pentazam polysulfate wasn't having any effect. And they commented that it supports other studies that suggest non-specific therapeutic responses occur commonly in FIC. What I really want to emphasize here is that there was a placebo group here that was receiving nothing but placebo, and over a 26-week period, over a 6-month period, most of those cats got better. They weren't receiving multimodal environmental modification. And what we don't know with environmental modification, stress reduction, is that directly impacting idiopathic cystitis, or are we just allowing sufficient time for these cats to get better on their own? And trust me, I'm not saying that stress isn't involved in these cats, but it's very simple from a cause and effect type situation. Illustrated as well by these 3 studies that have looked at risk factors for development of idiopathic cystitis from 3 different countries, looking at cats with idiopathic cystitis and cats without, and then trying to identify risk factors associated with a higher risk of development of idiopathic cystitis. Now, if stress was involved, and it was a simple case of stressed cats are more likely to get idiopathic cystitis, you might be forgiven for thinking that cats from multi-cat households have a higher risk of idiopathic cystitis. You might be forgiven for thinking that cats from a multi-cat household where we know there's aggression between cats within the house might be at risk of developing idiopathic cystitis. Well, the results of these studies, the only consistent risk factor across all 3 studies was obesity. That's the only consistent risk factor. Other potential factors identified in a couple of the studies: increased nervousness, access to a litter box, so probably spending more of the time indoors rather than outdoors, but no simple relationship between cats that are kept in, cats that are allowed out. As I say, multi-cat households versus non-multi-cat households, even things like food, wet food versus dry food, not identified as risk factors. So this is a difficult disease. It is complex and it's difficult. When it comes to therapeutic intervention, the only thing that has been shown to make any difference therapeutically is diet. And there are 3 studies that have shown a significant effect of diet. One of them is a relatively old study now, which looked at a canned version of a urinary diet versus a dry version of a urinary diet. that study showed a significantly higher proportion of recurrence over 12 months in cats fed dry food rather than wet food. There was another study published more recently that compared a therapeutic lower urinary tract diet with a kind of supermarket type diet. So it was designed to be quite a cheap blend of diet. They found that there was a significantly lower recurrence rate in cats that were fed the therapeutic diet, irrespective of whether it was a wet diet or a dry diet. And the third study that was published a little bit more recently, again compared a therapeutic lower urinary tract diet with other diets that were being fed to the cats. Again, the therapeutic diet had a better outcome, and there was a trend for reduced recurrence in cats that were fed the wet diet, wet therapeutic diet, rather than the dry therapeutic diet. Just want to show you again the results from the first of those studies. This was published in JAVMA in 1999, but this was a 12-month study that looked at cats with recurrent idiopathic cystitis. 30 of the cats were fed dry diet, dry urinary therapeutic diet. 24 of the cats were fed a wet urinary therapeutic diet, and there was a significantly lower rate of recurrence in the cats fed the wet diet. That was essentially the only real difference between those two groups of cats. And of course, the wet diet did result in a lower urine-specific gravity. So an increased volume of urine and a lower urine-specific gravity. So that was the first study to show a difference with diets. And it certainly wasn't clear whether a therapeutic diet was better than a good super premium diet, but certainly suggested that a wet diet was better than a dry diet. So that's been part of the common recommendation since then, to try and improve water intake in these cats with idiopathic cystitis. Certainly part of the recommendations that I always make. Do we know that that definitely makes a difference? Well, that was one study that hasn't been replicated, but it was a controlled study. So it does give some confidence, at least, to suggesting increased water intake may be of value. But there are so many unanswered questions still with idiopathic cystitis. Is it one disease, or are we dealing with a lot of different diseases? Is that why we have such difficulty with this? Is stress involved? I think it probably is, and I'm certainly not suggesting we should give up stress management in these cats. But as I hope I've shown you, it's not a simple cause and effect with stress. And diet. I think there's no doubt that diet is important. The quality of the diet clearly seems to have an important effect on recurrence of signs. Does it need to be a therapeutic diet, or could it be a super premium diet? We don't know, because we don't know specifically the dietary constituents that really help in these cases. The one thing that does seem to be reasonably certain, at least from 2 out of the 3 studies, is that an increased water content of the diet seems to be valuable, seems to help in these cases. So the other aspect of lower urinary tract disease where water intake is important is in crystal-related disease. Crystal-related disease, I'm talking about the urethral obstruction that we see in male cats, which is typically a urethral plug which is made up of an inflammatory protein matrix along with crystals in the plug, usually struvite, sometimes oxalate, or urolithiasis. And probably well over 90% of cases of urolithiasis in the cat are either due to struvite uroliths or to oxalate uroliths. And of course, this again is a complex disease in terms of the pathogenesis of urolithiasis. For urolithiasis to occur, we have to have crystal nucleation. We have to have initial formation of crystals in the urine. For that to occur, the urine has to be supersaturated with the crystalloid material. Those crystals need to be retained in the bladder long enough for them to grow, and then for those crystals to aggregate together. And again, that aggregate of crystals has to be retained for long enough for it to begin to form into a microcalculus and to grow further. That's quite a complex step or series of steps resulting in development of urolithiasis. Critical with that is supersaturation of the urine with the relevant crystalloid material, whether that's struvite or whether that's calcium oxalate. And it is importantly affected by promoters and inhibitors of crystal formation as well. There are a lot of different constituents of urine that may either promote or inhibit the development of crystals and ultimately stones in the bladder. And that explains why some individuals appear to be more predisposed to developing uroliths than others, because they will have different urinary constituents when it comes down to promoters and inhibitors. But a fundamental requirement is supersaturation of the urine. This was a little study that I was involved in when I was at the University of Bristol, just looking at crystalluria, the presence of crystalluria in the urine of cats. Looking at 41 healthy cats, 25 of those were being fed a wet diet only, 16 of them were being fed a mixed wet and dry diet. In the cats that were fed the wet diet, none of them had crystalluria present. In the cats that were being fed a mixed diet, mixed wet and dry food, 24% of them had crystalluria present in the urine. Now, it's only a really small study, but it does show you that the diet and the water intake can have an important effect on supersaturation of urine and the risk of crystal development. So the cats fed wet food had a much lower urine-specific gravity. There was also a difference in the urine pH, although it wasn't a significant difference. That may have had a role to play as well in the risk of crystal development in those cats. So our goal in any cat or indeed dog that has developed urolithiasis, our long-term goal to prevent recurrence is to undersaturate the urine. If we can undersaturate the urine, it's impossible for crystals to form. It's impossible for another calculus to form. That can be achieved for struvite. When it comes to struvite, magnesium ammonium phosphate, we can undersaturate the urine for those constituents, partly through diluting the urine, partly by changing the acidity of the urine, making it a little bit more acidic. That will undersaturate the urine, so we can even dissolve struvite uroliths. We're all well aware of that. For calcium oxalate, we simply can't undersaturate the urine. We cannot achieve undersaturation of the urine. That's why we can't dissolve calcium oxalate uroliths medically. So what we have to try and do is achieve the lowest concentration we can of calcium oxalate, down in the metastable range where we don't have a high risk of crystal formation, and if crystals do form, they're unlikely to grow. And where everything else is equal, a wet diet is going to be better than a dry diet, because we will be increasing water intake and be producing a more dilute urine that way. This is a consensus statement from American College of Veterinary Internal Medicine. They looked at urolithiasis in dogs and cats, came out with a consensus statement, particularly looking at calcium oxalate, which is more difficult to control medically, as we've said. Their recommendations were to use a high moisture food, ideally more than 75% moisture in the food, so a wet food, or add water to dry kibble to achieve the same effect. And their recommendation is to try and achieve a urine-specific gravity of less than 1030. That's really quite a low urine-specific gravity. It means the urine is quite dilute. It means we've got a minimal risk of recurrence of calcium oxalate crystallization. So they recommended thinking about additional ways of increasing water intake in these animals as well. Benefits of that increased water intake, well, clearly we are going to be producing a more dilute urine. We are lowering the saturation level for the crystalloids. But it doesn't stop at that, because there are other benefits as well. These cats will be producing a larger urine volume. They will be urinating more frequently, which means that there is less chance of crystal retention in the bladder. Retention is one of the things that needs to occur for a urolith to develop. So there are other potential benefits as well. So achieving urine with a low specific gravity, achieving a dilute urine, is important both for idiopathic cystitis and for crystal-related lower urinary tract disease. Final disease, just to mention very briefly, diabetes mellitus. Again, condition that we're all familiar with, probably the second most common endocrine disorder in cats, hypothyroidism being the most common. Again, data from the UK, clinic prevalence of diabetes mellitus around 0.5 to 1%, but again, similar prevalence that's been reported from a number of other countries as well. And we know again with diabetes, this tends to be a disease of middle to old age cats. So we see a marked increase in the risk after 9 years of age. Again, going back to what we said earlier, we're looking at an older population of cats where there may be some defects in their ability to maintain optimal hydration. And of course, when it comes to managing diabetes, lots of things that we need to consider, including the diet, remembering that diet doesn't cause diabetes, but diet does have a role in managing diabetes. So in cats, a higher protein, lower carbohydrate diet has been well established as part of the maintenance regime for these cats. But again, we've got an obligatory diuresis with a diabetic cat. The glucose loss in the urine means that that cat will have an obligatory diuresis. It will be predisposed to becoming dehydrated. So if the cat will eat it, feeding a wet food rather than a dry food is going to be valuable because it will help to maintain optimum hydration. So it's another disease where we do at least need to think a little bit about hydration status and what we can do to optimize the hydration. And there are plenty of other diseases. I'm not going to talk about other disease conditions now, but if you think about it, a lot of other conditions where the cat is going to be at increased risk of losing excessive water. Diarrhea, hypercalcemia will cause obligatory polyuria. Diabetes insipidus, acute kidney injury, hyper or hypoadrenocorticism, liver disease, skin disease, pyrexia. All of these will be associated with an increased loss of water. And it's not that we need to be desperately concerned about water intake in every one of these diseases, but certainly if the polyuria is severe, and or if we're dealing with an older cat where those homeostatic mechanisms may not be as well tuned as they were when the cat was younger, we do need to think about the hydration status and whether we need to be addressing it, whether we need to do some things to try and improve it. So before we think about strategies that might help to improve hydration status, how good are we at actually assessing hydration in cats? Well, this is a table that's taken from the AHA and AAFP fluid therapy guidelines that were published in 2013, as you can see. This is a table that you would see in any standard veterinary textbook, talking about the levels of dehydration and how we are assessing it, typically clinically, by looking at the mucous membranes, how dry or how tacky are the mucous membranes, and looking at skin tenting, just lifting the skin, seeing how quickly it returns to a normal position. These are things that we do all the time, right, to assess hydration in a cat or indeed a dog. Question is, how valid are they? How good are they at enabling us to detect dehydration and the level of dehydration? Well, there was one study that was done years and years ago, and I know it was there, and I can't find the details of it anymore. It was published as an abstract at an ACVIM forum, and I've been back through all the literature and I can't find it. But good news is there was a study that was done a little bit more recently. This was published in the Journal of Veterinary Emergency and Critical Care, published in 2002, looking at that clinical assessment of hydration. So they had 151 dogs, 42 cats that were admitted to an ICU. They were provided with fluids based on clinical assessment. Data was looked at that was collected on admission and after 24 to 48 hours. And what they critically looked at was the change in body weight after fluid therapy. So the assumption being, and I think pretty reasonable assumption, if the dog or cat was dehydrated, then you provide fluid therapy, most of that fluid is going to be retained, so the body weight's going to increase. So if they were dehydrated, you would expect an increase in body weight. The change in body weight, in fact, was not predicted either by the clinical assessment using those criteria that we've already looked at, or indeed baseline PCV or total solids, protein in the blood. These things are not particularly useful at assessing dehydration. We need to be aware of the problems of assessing hydration on a clinical basis. It is not actually an easy thing to do. We can easily be misled, in fact, by both laboratory data and also simple clinical assessment. So it's really quite hard to assess how well or poorly hydrated a patient is that comes into us. Now, at extremes, if we've got very severe dehydration, I don't have any doubt that we can detect that clinically. But more moderate dehydration, when it's looked at critically, we probably don't have a very good way of assessing that. So I think as clinicians, we need to then simply be aware of this and aware that our clinical skills are perhaps not quite as reliable as we might hope that they are. And we need to have an index of suspicion. You know, what is the underlying disease? What is the age of the cat? Is this a cat that's likely to be subject to dehydration? Do we need to be doing something about it? Or is this a cat where we really don't need to worry? So I think we always need to be thinking about it, and thinking about it particularly in those older cats where the homeostatic mechanisms may be compromised. And if we're concerned that hydration may be a part of the disease or may predispose to another disease in that cat, then we need to think about doing something about it. And if we're going to think about doing something about it, then what are we going to do? We're going to think about trying to increase water intake. We're going to think about the way that we present water. We're going to think about the role of diet and focusing here on voluntary intake of water. So it's surprising how little data there is on how we can increase water intake in cats. Surprising how little data there is. There's all sorts of stuff that's been published about the theory of how we present water to a cat to encourage it to drink. Very little data on what actually does make a difference. But there are some studies that have been done in terms of diet type and also presentation of water. So I showed you this earlier on. Generally speaking, if we feed a wet diet rather than a dry diet, we're going to have a higher intake of water. The value of that higher intake of water is going to depend in part on the solute load in the diet, though. So to illustrate this is a study that was published a little while ago now in Journal of Feline Medicine and Surgery. It's a little bit of a complex study, but I just want to walk you through a few aspects of it. Essentially, we often have in our mind a cutoff value of 1035 for the specific gravity of urine. If we see a cat that has a urine-specific gravity lower than 1035, that begins to ring alarm bells with us, and we begin to think, well, maybe there's an underlying disease that's causing dilute urine. And the purpose of this study was really just to try and see, is that accurate or not? You know, what is the normal range of urine-specific gravity in healthy cats? So this was done in the United States, but they looked at over 10,000 urine samples from apparently healthy cats in primary care practice. Most of these were routine exams, health exams, vaccinations, or cats that were undergoing routine elective procedures, so neutering, that type of thing. Few of them were in for boarding or grooming, some of them just minor dermatological conditions. But largely these were healthy cats. And they wanted to assess the different factors that were affecting urine-specific gravity. So what they found was that the vast majority of cats do in fact produce a urine-specific gravity greater than 1035. They found for adult cats, which was the vast majority of these cats, 88% of them produced urine-specific gravity greater than 1035, and in kittens, 92% greater than 1035. Interestingly, when they looked at those cats that were producing a urine-specific gravity less than 1035, if they were older cats, 9 years of age or above, in at least half of those cats, they were able to identify an underlying disease. So something like chronic kidney disease, diabetes, etc. So 1035, it turns out, is a good cutoff. If the urine-specific gravity is lower than 1035, that suggests that there may be an underlying disease. It's worthwhile thinking a little bit further. But there are a couple of other things with this study, because they were looking at various factors that might influence the urine-specific gravity. They showed that as cats get older, so the urine-specific gravity tends to go down a little bit. Now, some of those older cats may have had overt chronic kidney disease that hadn't been diagnosed, but this would be consistent with data from human medicine as well, where there is a decline in kidney function with age. So we tend to produce urine that's a little bit more dilute as we get older. What's perhaps more interesting is when they looked at the relationship between the type of diet and urine-specific gravity. So they divided the cats up into cats that were having exclusively dry food, mostly dry, equal amounts of wet and dry, mostly wet food, and entirely wet food. And they actually found very little difference in the relationship between urine-specific gravity and the type of diet that a cat was on. And you might be surprised at that. The relationship was stronger amongst female cats than male cats. They didn't really have an explanation for that. But I think the reality is that for many of these cats, the wet food that they were receiving may well have had quite a high solute load. So although the total water intake would have been higher, the urine wasn't necessarily very much more dilute. So if we're trying to dilute the urine, if we're trying to increase water intake and produce dilute urine, then we may need to think about very specific types of diet to achieve that. Remembering that for stone-related disease, our goal is to achieve a urine-specific gravity less than 1030, which is quite hard to do. Again, just briefly, this is a crossover study looking at water intake and urine concentration in cats fed one of 4 diets. These diets were identical diets except for the amount of water in the diet. So one had 6% water, 25% water, 53% water, 73% water. The only diet that significantly increased total water intake was a diet that had 73% water intake. For the rest of them, total water intake was not significantly different. Simply put, that means that the cats that were being fed a dry diet, they were compensating entirely for their water need by voluntary drinking. And it's only when we get to really quite high levels of water in the diet that we're actually producing diuresis. We're actually beginning to see a dilution of the urine. And that's confirmed by the results of the urine-specific gravity, which were only significantly lower in that group fed the diet with the highest moisture content, 73% moisture. That diet produced a significantly lower urine-specific gravity, still 1036, not achieving the level that we would ideally want for prevention of calcium oxalate uroliths, but it was significantly lower than the other diets. So a very high moisture content was resulting in lower urine concentration, lower supersaturation for calcium oxalate, lower supersaturation for struvite as well. So it was achieving what it was designed to achieve. But not every diet is necessarily going to perform the same because it depends on the solute load of the diet. So wet foods may certainly help. It will depend on the diet, though. The specific diet, it's not always going to help as we would anticipate, and we might want to follow up with urine-specific gravities to actually see what effect we're having with a change to a wet diet. Most importantly, it does depend on the diet and the solute load in the diet as to how well we're going to dilute the urine. Okay, I'm almost out of time. So we're on to the very last section, encouraging cats to drink. We can do something with diet for sure. Feeding wet diet and feeding an appropriate wet diet is going to be good. In terms of encouraging cats to drink, based on a knowledge of feline behavior or assumptions that are made about feline behavior, it's been suggested that we should feed or provide cats with fresh water, water that's kept away from food bowls, running water or moving water, water that's provided in quiet locations where the cat isn't going to be disturbed, at least one water bowl per cat in the household. We should be providing wide, shallow water bowls. We should keep them topped up and provide moving water. All of these things are suggested to help improve water intake with cats based on some knowledge of cat behavior. And if I sound a little bit skeptical, it's because most of these things have not actually been tested at all. A few of them have. This was a survey that was reported of cat owners in a number of different countries. Most owners were providing the cat with water bowls. They reported, without any figures, they reported a possible trend in preference amongst some cats. Perhaps a bowl rather than a water fountain. Smaller bowls might have been preferred. Tap water might have been preferred to bottled water. Offering different sources of water might result in better drinking. Allowing cats to drink outside seems to be preferred in some. Providing water away from food. No preference reported for any material of water bowls. This was a qualitative survey. There were no numbers attached to this. But it illustrates the importance of the need for better research to actually understand what does make a difference to making or encouraging a cat to voluntarily drink. The type of water may have an effect. This is one study that was only published as an abstract, but it showed that cats are likely to drink more during the day than at night. But it also showed that for cats that were used to drinking tap water, if they switched them to bottled water, their water consumption decreased. Now that's probably just out of preference because those cats were already receiving tap water, but what it does tell us is that cats notice a difference in the flavor of the water. So cats may develop a preference for certain flavors, and that can be of benefit potentially at times. And what about moving water? It's commonly said that moving water is going to be better for cats, and they will drink more from a water fountain or from a bowl that's circulating water. Well, this has been tested. There have been 3 different studies that have looked at either the use of water fountains or the use of bowls that circulate the water. The theory goes, of course, that domestic cats are descended from wild cats. Wild cats wouldn't want to drink water next to an animal that they've just killed because it might be contaminated. So the best source of fresh water would be moving water. So from a kind of evolutionary biological perspective, that seems to make some sort of sense. Now, I won't go through all the details of these studies, but 3 different studies that looked at this in a crossover design, well-designed studies, none of these studies showed any significant difference in water intake, in urine-specific gravity, or other measures of urine concentration, urine osmolality. No significant difference whatsoever. Some individual cats seem to have a preference for some things, but on a group basis, no preference at all. And that's kind of disappointing, isn't it? Because one of the things that you think, well, it makes sense, from a behavioral point of view, it makes sense. When it's actually been looked at critically, it actually makes no difference at all. I think certainly talking to owners and finding out from owners what an individual cat's preference appears to be may be valuable, because there is evidence that individuals have different preferences. So if we're trying to optimize water intake, wet diet, finding the individual cat's preference, that does make sense. But there is so much more that we need to understand about the natural behavior of cats when they're provided with different water sources. It's surprising how little research has been done in this area, but there is a real need for us to think about how we're going to maximize water intake in cats. Those conditions that I've talked to you about. Frequently, we're going to get cats coming into the clinic where, if we are alert to it, we will understand that there is a need to improve their hydration status. And the question really is, how are we going to achieve that? Some things we know will help. Wet diet, and in particular some types of wet diet, are going to improve the situation. Trying to find out what an individual cat's preference is going to be might be of benefit, but recognizing that there probably aren't any simple solutions to it, at least from the knowledge that we have at the moment. And I'm going to stop at that point because I know there is another talk which gives us some cause for hope that we may actually be able to influence water intake of cats. But that gives you the background of at least what we know at this point. So thank you very much for listening. And do we have another break now? Yes, another break. Okay. Time for some more food. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Andy. So guys, we're going to take another 5-10 minute break, and then we can reconnect. Maybe stretch a bit, quick bathroom break, and then we continue. We're a bit behind time, so we will be cutting the next sessions shorter to ensure that we finish on time. So 5-10 minutes, and we'll continue. Yep. All right, welcome back, guys. Hi, Amelia, can you hear us? Amelia, can you hear us? Daria? She's on. Amelia, the team is saying that you're muted. You're on mute. Can we switch to Teams? No, but not this.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
Can
sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Perfect, perfect. All right, Amelia.
Shall I turn my video on?
Yes, that would be nice for the people here to see you.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so guys, this is Amelia, our colleague from Barcelona, to take us through hydrocare. So Amelia, all yours.
Okay. Well, hello everyone. It's lovely to be here today with you, even if it's not in person. One day we will soon have a face-to-face event. Just to introduce myself, as you can see, my name is Amelia Larkins, and my role is I am the Technical Communication Manager, as they call it, in the Purina EMENA Vet Advocacy Team. All right. I have a background as a vet working in clinics until a few years ago now. I decided to move from the clinic world into scientific communication. I have now been with Purina for 3 years and a half, and I was very lucky to be here for the full journey for the launch of our product Hydrocare, which is a very exciting innovation. And I'm here today to mostly introduce you to Hydrocare, the product per se, and also to explain a bit about the scientific research behind the concept. So you can see that in my index of contents, we have a few points that Andy has already discussed. He's gone into detail with, so I'll just mention them over the top. All right, which will be the importance of feline hydration and different strategies to increase feline water intake. And I will mostly be focusing, as I already said, on the science behind what we call nutrient-enriched water. And I will then be able to introduce you to ProPlan Hydrocare. So, healthy hydration for cats. So Andy was talking a lot about different pathologies and so on. But if we start by thinking about a healthy cat, all right, water is the most important and abundant nutrient in the body, and it accounts of 60 to 70% of body weight in cats. Now, water has many purposes in our bodies, all right? It's a building material for cells. It's a medium for chemical reactions. It carries nutrients. It carries waste products out of the body. It helps regulate body temperature. And it also works as a lubricant and shock absorber for tissues and joints, all right? And how much water do cats actually need? So it seems from studies that the average cat will need approximately 100 milliliters of water per day. Okay, so Andy was talking to you about the strategies that we can do to increase feline water intake, all right? So, as he already mentioned, we have different strategies such as water fountains, running water. There are all sorts of products you can get for cats. We then have the water bowls, types and placement. We can have wet diets, and then we have hydration supplements, okay? So we often recommend strategies such as water fountains, water bowls, and so on. Okay, water bowl in multiple locations. We were saying more than one bowl, but in general, as Andy already said, there is very little data to support or deny, in a way, the actual efficacy. As we all know, cats are extremely picky, And in general, they will be the ones to decide, and each cat might have a completely different preference. So we can always recommend, we can always give new ideas, but it will probably require trial and error with each individual patient. So just a few main points, all right? We can, as obviously cats should always have free access to clean and fresh water. Each cat may have a different preference for the right water bowls. Some will prefer them smaller, bigger, different materials, they could be shallower, deeper, and so on. So then we have the idea of also of providing running water, like a fountain. Some cats just like the kitchen tap or the bathroom, for example. And as we already mentioned, multiple locations might make them want to drink more as well. Then we have wet food. Okay, so wet foods normally have quite an elevated moisture content. The average should be between 70 and 80% moisture, all right, so that will already help. As you saw in the study mentioned by Andy, from 70% upwards, you can see a difference, all right, in the hydration levels. The American College of Veterinary Internal Medicine, in their consensus statement about urolithiasis management, recommends a diet that has at least 75%. So that's a number we can look for. And another option is we can always try adding water to dry food. Okay, if for whatever reason it's not possible, or the cat doesn't like it, but again, many cats might not enjoy eating their dry food wet, so it will be according to what that individual cat's preferences are. Now, hydration supplements. Another word we can call them is flavored water. Okay, because as we said, not even the fanciest water bowls, the biggest fountains, and delicious wet foods are enough sometimes. So we can try a feline hydration supplement. All right, so this is something you can do by adding flavoring agents. So maybe to water, obviously, we could maybe add chicken or tuna broth. It might make the cat more interested in drinking. Okay, and the other option is nutrient-enriched water. So nutrient-enriched water is not only water with some added broth, okay? So nutrient-enriched water is what Hydrocare is, okay? It contains some osmolytes and other nutrients that add to the actual effect of the product, such as amino acids and glycerol. Now, what is the definition itself of nutrient-enriched water? So it is a water-based solution with added nutrients that help engage cats lick it up. And what this will do will increase their total liquid intake and decrease their urine-specific gravity and osmolality. There is already research on this topic evaluating the effect on water intake and measures of hydration. Okay. So as we already said, nutrient-enriched water contained organic osmolytes, okay, so in the research to help the absorption of this water into the gut and peripheral tissues. And what are these osmolytes? They are molecules derived from whey protein and glycerol, okay, and they influence the biological fluids by attracting water molecules inside the cells, which we'll have a bit of a look at later. So after this small introduction on the importance of feline hydration and the strategies we could use to increase cat water intake, we are going to take an in-depth dive into the science behind nutrient-enriched water. Now, the first thing I'm going to do, and please stop me if you can't hear it properly, is I would like to share with you a video which very nicely explains how and why Hydrocare came into being. And you can also have a sneak peek at what the actual product looks like, the actual texture and so on. So again, stop me if you can't hear it, but we will have a look at this lovely video. Let me just increase the volume.
Amelia, hi. At the moment, there is no sound from the video.
Okay. Let me try again. Mm-mm-mm. Let me see. No, it says there's an error in sharing the sound. So maybe it's something that we're not allowed, that I can't do. Let me try again. Just give me 1 second. Sorry about this. There's always one technical problem or another. Okay, again, I'll press play and stop me, and if not, we'll just move on without any problem, and I can share it with you afterwards. Can you hear the music?
Yes, we're good. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Hi, I'm Deborah Greco. I'm a senior research scientist with Nestle Purina Pet Care. I've been studying cats for 20 years. I've done a lot of research in that area, particularly in the area of diabetes. That led me to an interest in hydration in cats. I began to wonder why cats were not maintaining hydration for themselves. When cats drink, they bring out the water from the bowl with their tongue, and they actually form a column of water, which they bite off. They're not getting a lot of water all at once. So for example, in one little column of water, they're getting 3/100ths of a teaspoon. So why is hydration important in the cat? It's important for all brain activity, for kidneys, for blood pressure. All of these things are important with regard to hydration in the cat.
My name is Dr. Jessica Quimby. I'm an associate professor at The Ohio State University. I'm an internal medicine specialist, but my area of research is feline nephrology. I really wanted to be able to investigate further therapeutic options for cats with chronic kidney disease because we need to understand more and we need to do more. Hydration is particularly important because when you have chronic kidney disease, you can no longer hydrate yourself or rehydrate yourself once you become dehydrated. So currently the options that we have for helping with hydration in the chronic kidney disease cat would include changing to wet food. We do have the option of doing subcutaneous fluids, and some owners can be very good at giving those at home, but it can also be something that is just not tolerable for the owner or for the cat, and it becomes a quality of life issue. I think that there is always room for improvement. We need better options, something that will help us out pathophysiologically, what's going to be easy for the owner to do, and what will have a good outcome. So that would be my ideal package.
My name is Dr. Jody Westrup. I'm a professor at the University of California, Davis School of Veterinary Medicine. My interest lies in lower urinary tract disorders, and I've always loved working with cats. The correlation between hydration and urinary disease when looking at the lower urinary tract, I think there's two different diseases I think of: feline idiopathic cystitis and urolithiasis. And they're very different pathophysiology of these diseases. But the common ground is that hydration may help prevent recurrence of both of them. Current options for clients to improve hydration, you have to get creative. Maybe it's making the bowl a different shape. Some cats don't like, say, their whiskers or their vibrissae to touch the outside of the bowl. Circulating water, water fountain. I have some clients, they leave their faucet dripping because the cat loves it. So having choices and options that are tailored appropriately to your client and your patient are really important.
As it turns out, Purina was very willing to investigate this problem in cats and give us some more options in terms of allowing cats to hydrate themselves.
My name is Brian Zangi. I am a senior research nutritionist with Nestle Purina. So my role in the project that led to the development of HydroCare actually goes back to when we were coming up with ideas to try to fill a need for cats and their hydration needs, their water intake needs. So at the beginning of the research project, we had a control group and a test group. The test group was provided a nutrient-enriched water in addition to their tap water and their dry food. And that differed from the control group, which simply stayed on their dry food and tap water. They were monitored for 2 weeks. So the nutrient-enriched water provided essentially 28% greater total liquid intake. And this represents a combination of both their tap water consumption and their nutrient-enriched water consumption. Both urine-specific gravity and urine osmolality were lower, indicating that there was a significant improvement in those hydration parameters of the test water cats. With HydroCare, we wanted to have the flavor, but we also wanted to have the nutritional benefits to provide an enhancement above just flavor alone. We wanted to hydrate the cat at the cellular level. And the way we wanted to do that was through these osmolytes, amino acids, glycerin, that bring that water into the cell to help the cell absorb water and stay hydrated. I felt like with this water supplement that we really had something significant, because not only did we see the cats enjoying it, but we knew that there was a real nutritional benefit to the cat.
I'm really hopeful with where science is going.
We have definitely made strides therapeutically.
We continue to look for new ways to improve the lives of our cats.
HydroCare could potentially benefit so many cats around the world. That's really, really exciting.
Okay, so after having that introduction, we will now move on to see some of the studies that were mentioned in the video, amongst some others. So as you can see here, the first published studies we have are from 2018. Okay, the first 3 were carried out in the US, the Purina Research Center, and the 4th one was carried out here in Europe. Okay, the 4th one is the only one that isn't published yet. So without further ado, I will jump in to the fantastic world of the science behind HydroCare. Okay, so study 1. All right, they all have, as you can imagine, some quite similar titles. But here we have the first study, which wanted to see the effects of a nutrient-enriched water on the water intake and indices of hydration in healthy cats. Okay, so what we wanted to see here was, well, the objectives for the study and what we wanted to see here were: how would the cats react if they were given ad libitum water? We wanted to know if a water supplement, if you want to call it nutrient-enriched water, was better than tap water for water intake. We wanted to see the effects and would this intake be sustained for a relatively long period, so about 2 months. And we also wanted to see how does enhanced liquids, so nutrient-enriched water intake, influence urine measures in healthy cats fed on dry food. So, how was the study carried out? So first of all, let me get my laser pointer. First of all, for the baseline, what we did was monitor the normal water intake with dry food. So see during a week how much water the cats consumed on average. As mentioned before, it's normally around 100 milliliters. So for the next stage, okay, we had one group, because we knew of the preference, we had one group which was on dry food and nutrient-enriched water, and one group which was on dry food and tap water. And in the last stage, we had tap water in both groups, okay? Again, tap water was always ad libitum, and also the tap water was always ad libitum, sorry. And so what we did was we measured liquid and food intake daily, and at the same time, urine and blood were collected at different days during the study. And what did we see? So we measured the mean weekly liquid intake versus the baseline. So these results are after the first week, okay? So once we've established how much the baseline was, all right? And we obviously, each cat had a different baseline, okay? And we measured according to that baseline, and we measured the difference in percentage. So here we can see, compared to baseline, the dark bars are tap water, the blue bars are nutrient-enriched water, okay? And for example, as we said, so if 0 would be, like 100 milliliters, we can see the percentage of variation by week. Okay, so you can see very clearly that the cats provided with nutrient-enriched water had a significant increase in water intake. In some weeks, the increase was even over 100%. Okay, so curiously, in the first week, it wasn't, it didn't, the increase, sorry, the tap water was even below the normal consumption, but then it stayed quite stable from there on. All right. Whereas the nutrient-enriched water had, in general, a mean free liquid consumption of approximately 60%. Okay. So that gives you a very clear idea of what we can see in liquid intake results. All right. So this was so what we considered here was that the increase in total free liquid drinking was a direct result of the cats preferentially selecting the nutrient-enriched water over the tap water, because as you remember, only in the first phase did we separate the two groups between one drinking tap water and one drinking nutrient-enriched water. But during the whole rest of the study, so these weeks here, they had both. Okay, so they directly preferred the nutrient-enriched water. Now, what did we see when having a look at the urine? So in addition to the liquid intake, we had a look at different urine indices. So we had a look at the urine volume, the output, and also the urine-specific gravity. Okay, you can see here the differences, where the urine output we had in the tap water group about 10.3 milliliters per day, whereas the nutrient-enriched water group was about 15. All right, and there is similar results with urine-specific gravity, so down from 1054 to 1040. We also measured other parameters like the glomerular filtration rate, and which did not differ between groups, and they all maintained stable and within normal reference range values for serum, BUN, creatinine, and phosphorus. Okay, so what can we conclude from this first study? Cats that drank a nutrient-enriched water had a higher daily water intake. They had increased urinary output and also improved measures of hydration. Okay, looking at the lower urine osmolality and specific gravity, compared to cats offered only tap water. Okay, so from there we will move on to the second study. Now we can see that it's looking at nutrient-enriched water, so that's how we write the NE is nutrient-enriched, and we're looking at with or without poultry flavor. Okay, again, Brian Zangi was the main researcher here. So what were the objectives of this second study? Again, so what's different also to the first study? In this case, the cats were offered the liquid, so the nutrient-enriched water, on a dose basis. And these doses increased during the course of the trial. All right, so would that make the results vary? We wanted to see if that affected. So would cats drink more if offered more? There was a shorter exposure time to the nutrient-enriched water. Okay, so instead of the 2 months, we had a look here. It was over 10 to 15 days, about 10 to 17 days, sorry. And also we wanted to see how does incremental liquid intake influence the urine measures in healthy cats. Okay, so as we're doing different doses over time, so starting with a smaller dose and increasing, how does this affect the urinary parameters as well? So how did this study work? So we used 36 healthy domestic short-haired cats, okay, and they were all offered the same nutrient-enriched water with or without added poultry flavoring, okay, in 3 doses. So what we did here was, here you have the doses. So the first phase was ×1, then we had ×1.5, and then ×2. All right, but these were all established according to each cat's specific baseline. Okay, so out of those 36 cats, if, for example, cat 1 had a baseline of 100, the first dose of nutrient-enriched water was given would be 100. It would be the same, all right, for 17 days. And then if the cat number 2 was 110, then we would calculate according to that baseline, all right? So in the phase 1, it was the same amount of nutrient-enriched water as baseline water intake, then again 1.5, and then the double amount of the baseline in the third phase. The double the amount was chosen because that amount was very similar to what cats were actually consuming on their own, sort of without giving them a specific dose in the previous study when they were offered the nutrient-enriched water ad libitum. Again, tap water and dry food ad libitum was offered throughout all the study. And what did we see? Okay, so here you can see that in general, total liquid intake increased over the course of the trial. Okay, so again, this is tap water only. And you can see here, there are all the different numbers, all right? But what actually happened? The cats were drinking more test liquid, so what we call test liquid, nutrient-enriched water. So consequently, they were drinking less tap water, all right? So what we saw was that the total increase in liquid intake was mostly due to the increase in nutrient-enriched water, okay? We also saw, as you can see here, that even though they drank more nutrient-enriched water, they did not stop at any point the consumption of normal tap water during the day, okay? So because we were giving the nutrient-enriched water in doses at specific times of the day, so it wasn't left out, we were giving a portion for about an hour in the morning and then another portion for about an hour in the evening. And tap water was available during the rest of the day, even though the cats drank the nutrient-enriched water during those portion times or dose times. They drank tap water during the rest of the day as well. Okay, and here you can see, all right, the comparison between tap water and nutrient-enriched water. So what we saw here is that this is with tap water only. What we saw here is the increase, okay, in the consumption of nutrient-enriched water, all right? But, so all of them were different compared to the baseline, sorry, okay? And we can see that the liquid intake and therefore the urine-specific gravity went down. If you compare baseline to period 2, so that would be when we started offering nutrient-enriched water, and period 3, all right? But then it stayed stable, okay? So there wasn't any additional dilution from there onwards. That is what we saw in these up until period 4, okay? It hasn't been looked at further on from there, but from period 3 onwards, there was no further dilution of the urine, okay? And so what can we conclude from the second study? Basically, increasing the volumes of nutrient-enriched water with or without poultry flavoring, okay, led to increased free liquid consumption. And it was associated with greater urine output and dilution, which we saw by measuring the urine-specific gravity. What we need to see now is whether these treatments, all right, or these supplementing can provide actual health benefits for cats in need of greater water consumption. So we went on to do further studies. Now the next study is having a look at hydration in cats during anesthesia. Okay, this is published 1 year later. Again, we have Brian Zangi as the main investigator over in the US. So what we were looking at here is the use of providing a nutrient-enriched water, or a supplement if you want to call it, at a specific point of interest, or sort of a specific time where we might be interested in seeing its benefits. So what we did here was we had 53 domestic short-haired cats. And what we wanted to see is if it could help during a brief anesthesia. Okay, so they were undergoing a routine dental cleaning, so not a very long procedure. And we compared, all right, the inclusion or exclusion of intravenous fluids, all right, during the procedure and the offering of nutrient-enriched water supplement 2-3 hours before the anesthesia. Okay, so we had a look, and what do we have a look at to check this? So we took blood samples, all right, blood pressure. We had a look at the total body water. They were obtained 3 times. And when did we look at this? We had a look 2 to 3 hours prior to the anesthesia, so before giving the nutrient-enriched water, which we would consider the baseline, right before the anesthesia was administered, and immediately after the procedure itself. Okay, and what did we see in this case? So basically, cats that were offered the nutrient-enriched water before the anesthesia saw a significant increase of 0.9% in total body water, okay, before the intervention. And after the dental cleaning, we saw that the cats that had consumed the nutrient-enriched water were equally as hydrated compared to cats that had been administered IV fluids. And they were better hydrated in the case of no IV fluids administered at all. Okay, so that's very positive results to use hydrocare in a specific situation. And last of all, I will go on to explain the final study. The conclusions for the study with anesthesia. So basically, as we just said, all right, administering nutrient-enriched water 2 to 3 hours before anesthesia will mean that the cats would begin the procedure better hydrated, all right? And also that they appear to be as equally as hydrated compared to cats administered IV fluids. Or, as we said before, better hydrated than no IV fluids. And now, yes, we'll go on to see the last study that we have with our nutrient-enriched water, and this is the one that was carried out over here in Europe. All right. So, okay. Sorry, I have some noise. So in this study, I can hear an echo. Jeff or Daria, I don't know if you can...
Is it okay now?
Let me see. Yes, that's better. Thank you very much. I was hearing myself talking back at me. Okay, so over here in Europe, what we did was a very similar study to the first one we talked about, and what we wanted to see was reproduce the same kind of conditions and see how drinking or consuming a nutrient-enriched water in healthy cats, all right, would influence liquid intake and indices of hydration. So we did a very similar study to the first one we talked about. So what we did here was a larger study. So we had double the sample size, okay? And sorry, we did the study and then we had a further one with a larger sample size. Okay, so we had 22 healthy cats and it was a 7-day study. So it wasn't as long as the other one, but after seeing that the results were prolonged over 2 months, we did this one with 27 days. All right, we had here, I think it was a total of 36 cats, and we had a control group, and then we had 2 treatment groups, if you want to call them. So one of the groups was receiving food, ad libitum tap water, and one of the 2 nutrient-enriched water products, okay? So we had 2 different nutrient-enriched water products in this study. And the difference a bit was the presence and amount of gum content and other nutrients in it, all right, which makes a difference basically to us in the manufacturing process, and if it would be more viscous or not, so it affects the texture. So what we wanted to see as well was which one cats might prefer, even though the effects should be the same if they consumed it. Okay. So what we saw here, all right, is that we were having a look at the daily water intake. All right, so what we saw that both groups, so the ones with the two different textures or viscosity, receiving the nutrient-enriched water products had an increase in total liquid consumption compared to the control group of cats. We also saw that the urine-specific gravity was significantly decreased, all right, in cats consuming, again, either one of the nutrient-enriched waters, all right. Yeah, the urine-specific gravity and osmolality were significantly decreased. All right, so we're seeing similar results again to the studies mentioned before, which were carried out overseas. So from this last study that we're talking about today, we can conclude that the consumption of nutrient-enriched water has significantly increased total water intake and urine dilution. Okay, so basically, after seeing all of these studies that we have carried out, these are being carried out by us using our nutrient-enriched water, we can conclude in general from all the studies as a whole that cats consume more liquid. So when we're looking at when they consume nutrient-enriched water, when they are offered nutrient-enriched water, they consume more liquid each day than water alone. They are shown to increase total liquid intake, and they are shown to decrease urine-specific gravity and osmolality. Here you can see that the first three conclusions are always comparing to cats consuming only water and dry feeding. Okay, so we're not comparing. We always compare to consuming only water. So that means that this is always offering fresh water as well. We can also conclude that it helps support healthy hydration, and we can conclude that added nutritional osmolytes support hydration. So having seen all of these studies and all of these and the general conclusions, okay, and after all the studies, as you saw in the video with Brian, that was when HydroCare became a reality. All right, and I would love to introduce you to our beautiful innovation, ProPlan HydroCare. We'll have a look at some general characteristics of HydroCare. We'll have a quick look at the key nutrient values, the key benefits, and also the proposed mode of action. So just to give you a quick look, again, I have another video for you. This is the video we show about HydroCare, which is a very quick one, which will give you an overview. Okay, so HydroCare, the new feline hydration supplement. So HydroCare is a complementary wet pet food for adult cats formulated to increase water intake and urine dilution. Right, we say adult cats, we don't generally recommend it for kittens unless it might be beneficial, sort of a very specific case, because of stomach volume, basically. But it's perfectly harmless to kittens, but the idea behind it is for adult cats that would benefit from added hydration. So how does HydroCare work in the sense that how does it work at home? So HydroCare is added to their daily diet, all right, and it's a soft tasty textured jelly, which is served on its own as an extra third bowl. Okay, you saw the texture in the first video. It looks like a gravy almost. And why do we talk about the third bowl? So it's a concept that we have tried to communicate as much as possible to make it abundantly clear that hydrocare is in no case a substitute for water. Okay, so we always have the dry, wet food, the food itself, always have fresh water available, and an extra bowl with hydrocare. Okay, so the other possibility would maybe to add hydrocare to the food, for example, but in every single case to always have fresh water available as well. So let's have a look at what is inside hydrocare itself. Okay, so hydrocare's ingredients are milk and milk derivatives, glycerol, meat and animal derivatives, various sugars and minerals. Now to give you a bit of detail, so the milk and milk derivatives is whey protein, all right? The meat and animal derivatives come from chicken, okay? Now let's have a look at the actual key nutrient value. So you can see here that the level of moisture is very, very high. We are at 94.5%. So if we would to compare to a typical wet diet, which are normally, as we said, 70, 75 to 80% moisture, it's a lot higher. And you can see also that the protein and fat content are very low because it is mostly moisture, but these do come from the added nutrients. Also to highlight here that each pouch is 85 grams. Each pouch is only 19 kilocalories, all right? So there's no concern for any possible weight gain or any issues in that sense. So what do we recommend hydrocare for? We can recommend hydrocare for any situation, for any cat who would benefit from additional water intake. Okay, the addition of hydrocare to a cat's diet can increase the consumption of water intake, and it can offer benefits to cats in need of greater water consumption. So as we've seen with the talks from Andy and before, this can be anything from a healthy cat to maybe a cat with some kind of condition, or in a situation such as a small anesthetic procedure, just to increase hydration. Now, what can we say about hydrocare, having seen all the studies? Okay, so these are what we call key benefits, okay? And these are all related and proven by the studies we've mentioned before, okay? So it has been shown, and we're talking about this specific product. We're not talking about giving extra water to cats or just any nutrient-enriched water or any hydration supplement. We're talking specifically about hydrocare. And it has been shown to increase the total water intake and promote hydration. It has been shown to increase urine dilution, and also, apart from the sort of the scientific studies we have shown you before, we have also carried out extensive palatability tests to prove that hydrocare is widely accepted and enjoyed, and we can therefore claim it has great taste. Just for your knowledge, hydrocare is recommended to give 1 pouch for each 2 kilos of body weight a day. All right. As always, it should be well stored, never anywhere too hot. If we open it up, we can refrigerate it, and we shouldn't keep an open product more than 12 hours, basically. Now, I know we've mentioned it before and we've seen it in a video, but I would like to finish off with the proposed mode of action of hydrocare. Okay. So how do we think hydrocare works? We have seen very clearly that it does work. We have seen the changes in the parameters. We have seen the increased liquid intake, and we have seen the urinary parameters. But we haven't been able to, we haven't seen as such in vitro the actual mechanism happening. Okay, so this is the proposed mechanism of action. Basically, the way hydrocare works is based on the organic osmolytes, which we talked about at the beginning of my session. The organic osmolytes, which in this case are amino acids from whey protein isolate and glycerol, right, are compounds that affect the osmosis, and they play a role in cell volume and fluid balance. Okay, so in general, in this case, it's specifically the amino acids and the glycerol, but they could be different types of amino acids, different sugars, amongst other components. So hydrocare, which is a nutrient-enriched water, contains osmolytes, okay, which are part of these nutrients. And these osmolytes are added to it with the intention to help the absorption of water. Okay, these nutrients, called osmolytes, all right, they help cells regulate water movement across the plasma membrane, right? So because of the osmolytes, the osmotic pressure, all right, will sort of push the water into the cell, okay? So you can see here the cat, while consuming this nutrient-enriched water, would ingest the osmolytes, all right? And these are the ones that draw, the blue molecules, sorry, are the water. And the osmolytes sort of draw, push, pull the water into the cell. And you can see that that will increase the actual cell hydration, all right? And as more water enters the cell, it pulls more water in until the cell is in a hydrated state, okay? So, having seen this, the ingestion of the water enriched with the organic osmolytes, all right, will aid sorry, in both the absorption of water by the cells in the gut and also the surrounding tissues, and also encourage retention of water by the body by promoting the movement of water from the vascular space into the cells. And with that, I will conclude my talk. I don't know if you want to do any questions now from the team over there, or if you want to save them for later.
Thanks, Amelia. I think we'll open the questions related to hydrocare specifically now. So for everyone in the room, similar to what we did previously today, there's Joao on the right side of the room, Mustafa on the left. If you can just please raise your hand for any questions, and then we can ask Amelia to answer. All right, to kick this off, I'll ask a question that we received online. So Amelia, one question was, how often and for how long should you feed hydrocare?
Because hydrocare is aimed at healthy cats, just cats who would benefit from additional water intake. So maybe for a cat that just doesn't drink that much water. The idea is for this to be, for hydrocare to be given as an extra third bowl whenever the owner wants to. So it can be daily, for example, and as often as they want, always sticking to the feeding guidelines, which we said, sort of 1 pouch per 2 kilos of body weight a day. If, for example, we're talking about a more specific situation, as we said, such as a brief anesthetic procedure with anesthetic, then it would be for that specific period of time. So basically, there is no limit in a way to how or which period of time you want to provide hydrocare, as long as the cat enjoys it.
Cool, thank you. Guys in the room, any questions? Thank you. So anything related to hydrocare, now would be the moment to ask. After this, the questions with Andy Sparks are going to be more about just the science of hydration and etc. So hydrocare specific questions, please guys, make sure you ask them now. Thank you.
Okay, is there any specific cases hydrocare is not recommended?
The only case where hydrocare might not be recommended is if the cat has a specific known food allergy. Because it does contain the proteins from chicken and digest, it might not be the first thing to recommend, but because it's not a very large amount at all and the digest is hydrolyzed, it can be a bit of a trial and error. So you can always try and then see how it goes. But that would be the only case where you might not want to give hydrocare sort of just without thinking about it.
And can we use it for dogs as well?
We don't have any studies with dogs. I know of anecdotal stories from vets from different countries that have used it with dogs. They do seem to enjoy it, which is normally a lot easier with dogs. But we don't have any sort of scientific evidence or studies carried out to see the possible benefits. In general, if you compare cats and dogs, dogs drink a lot more. They're much better at staying hydrated for multiple different reasons. So it's why we've definitely developed hydrocare for cats, but not for dogs. That said, I don't think it would do any harm at all. And there is always, we will see in the future if we further investigate into that topic.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your talk. Just want to find out, since you said you did a study regarding dental work, where the cats that took hydrocare just before the dental work were actually better hydrated than the ones that the ones that didn't have the IV, and was similarly equal to the ones that were on IVs. Can we therefore say that hydrocare can work like IV administration? I'm looking at cases like Pavo in mind right now, where they're constantly on IV. I think it's actually quite uncomfortable. So in cases like that, can we try and feed hydrocare and believe we're actually doing a good job?
I think, again, this is something that I cannot say specifically as we do not have the studies behind it. But as the hydrocare is designed for any cat that would benefit from additional water intake, if they're up to eating it, up to drinking it, that's another situation where they actually need the appetite. If they have an appetite because they do enjoy the taste, I think it would be beneficial. And it's something that's worth a try. It's an easy thing to do, to offer it up. Seeing the results from the study we did with a brief procedure under anesthesia, that was also for a brief period of time. So if we're talking, a longer period, I don't know if the effects would be the same as we saw to compare with the intravenous fluids, but I don't think the effects would be detrimental in any way. So it is worth a try, and we're always happy to hear if you do, for example, give hydrocare in those cases. We'd love to hear anecdotal evidence or anecdotal stories that you may have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello. So, can hydrocare be used to replace nutrition with tube feeding in cats, or is it only for rehydration purposes?
I would say that tube feeding nutrition is much more of a food than hydrocare is. So the idea behind hydrocare, it is just a nutrient-enriched water, so it would not provide all the essential nutrients that an animal would need that's with tube feeding. So it would be for hydration, yes.
Right, thank you.
Hi, Miss Amelia. Yeah, the question is, we've tried this hydrocare for a few of our patients, and it's really good. And some cat really didn't touch their food, so we tried to mix it with the food a little bit, just a drop on it, and they eat it. So is it okay to mix with the food like that? Yeah?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. It won't change, adding it to the food doesn't change the hydrating effect of hydrocare in any way. It still works the same. And if obviously that encourages cats to eat, then that's wonderful news.
Yeah, and then usually the food we're applying also some Fortiflora on it, so it's okay to mix with Fortiflora?
Yep, it's
Okay.
absolutely fine to mix with Fortiflora, yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Actually, thank you. You use Fortiflora and Hydrocare, so this is good. Mustafa, I think there's one more question here.
I'm quite curious. We said Hydrocare is supposed to be given a sachet for every 2 kgs, right? Is that for economical purposes? Or is there really a scientific background behind that?
Let me just check. I have the calculations somewhere. I'll stop sharing my screen for a second, so you'll have my face probably big on your screen. Just give me one moment. And let me see here. I did have the idea is, so because of to see the added liquid intake, okay, we are using, so the pouch is 85 grams, which will obviously be similar in volume-wise. So we're looking at more or less, when we were doing the studies, what was double the baseline of water consumption. So that would be the sort of the recommendation per day. Okay, so it is all, I cannot seem to find the calculations, so we can give that information to you. It's not for economical purposes. It's that one pouch, for example, might see a small variation in the parameters that we were looking at, whereas providing a larger amount, a larger volume, if they actually enjoy it and do drink it up, we'll see a larger difference, basically. So that's why we recommend so more or less an average cat would be about 4 kilos, so it would be 2 pouches a day. If you see the pouches, they're the exact same size as the, like the PPVD wet pouches, so they're not very big at all, basically. And we've also calculated it to make sure, even though the amount of calories are small, to also make sure that we're not giving too much of calories from the Hydrocare and not from the actual food.
All right, the reason why I'm asking is because we've got patients that just have acute inappetence. So in cases like that, the cat still has a very good body condition score. Sometimes it's actually way over conditioned. So I'm looking at a case where all you want to do is make sure they don't lose a lot of water. They're just not eating. Right. So I'm looking at a case where if they just continue having water, a few days down the line, surely they'll come back to eating without having to give food. So that's what I was looking at. That is really for economical purposes, or we can actually go way slightly beyond the recommended dosage per se.
Yes, the dosage can obviously be adapted. That is the recommendation for a healthy cat. Okay, so a cat that doesn't have any problems. So, and it's based on, as I was saying, sort of to try and not go above the 10% of calories that you would normally recommend related to not the complete food. If you want to provide the additional hydration and go above and beyond, again, the only issue I could see is, again, sort of the small amount of calories, but if the cat's not eating, then I don't think that would be harmful in this case.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else in the room? The energy is good. We're asking a lot of questions, so maybe we can keep it up. Or not. Okay.
If not, if any questions come up at any stage later, you can always send them to me and I will be happily reply by email or through the team over there.
Sure. Thank you, Amelia, for the very nice introduction and detailed presentation. So thank you so much, and we'll see you soon in another presentation. Thank you.
Have a lovely day. Goodbye.
All right, everyone. I can imagine the head is a bit heavy now. A lot of information, but we're almost done. We're going to have the final Q&A session for our guest speaker, Dr. Andy Sparks. I'll be with him on the stage as well if you have any question related to UAE, launches, innovations, etc., etc. And then after this session, there's just a small message, and then we can go to dinner. So, Dr. Andy, if you can join me to stage. We'll start with one question where the guy set up. This was actually asked on the live stream when you were presenting. And the question is there any higher risk for a healthy cat to develop dehydration complications if the main diet is food? And do water fountains help?
If the main diet
is just dry food.
Dry food, okay. So, yeah, there have been some good studies that have been done looking at perfectly healthy cats, water turnover in perfectly healthy cats, on dry food versus wet food. And in a healthy cat, they maintain completely normal hydration. So there is no inherent problem with dry food whatsoever. Clearly, you know, as I was trying to explain, when it comes to certain disease conditions and when we've got an older cat that may potentially have some problems in maintaining homeostasis, then if we're trying to improve hydration, wet food has some advantages. But in a healthy cat, absolutely no problem at all.
Thank you. So guys, the floor is yours. Any questions to Dr. Andy are welcome. I guess we did a good job.
Might be the call of food.
Yeah, it could be. Guys, everyone's happy with the content? No questions for the guest speaker? Yeah, just 1 second.
Hi, I'm Ahmed Arabi. I would like to ask, did the company try to make research to change the form to be, for example, like a powder, you know, to use every day, 2 sachets every day? This is against green environment, and I don't like that my cat consume about 60 pouches every month. So how does it look like? I think if there is a powder, because the dosing rate to use 2 sachets, maybe I feel that's impractical for some people. And the product is so good, it will support and hydrate the cat in long term, so it's better to have a certain formula or packing that it can, supplement it. Like a broth, you will find it in human products. I think it will be more better.
Powder or a broth, right? Yeah. All right, so I took the note. To be honest, this would have been perfect to Amelia, because she's covering HydraCare specifically, but I took a note, and if Dr. Heba can get your contact, we'll come back to you with an update on the feedback or recommendations on this one. Yeah, thank you. All right. Dr. Andy, anything from your end before we close the session, or we're good?
Really, from my end, just to say thank you again. It's been a real privilege to be here. Thank you for the invitation to do a live conference again. It's been amazing. So really enjoyed being here. Thank you for the questions and the interaction. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been nice. Thank you for everyone for being patient. I know it's been a long day. And with that, I'll close with, of course, more food. Same location, but different menu, different theme. But before you leave, if I may ask a favor from you. This is the first time we actually do a full day event as ProPlan. And we would really like to get some feedback from you. I think all of you on the table, you have this white document. It's just 5 questions, won't take more than a minute. Please trust that we will look into it and we will reflect on the feedback you will give us. Once you're done, please make sure you check out at the reception area right here to claim your CPD certificate and the vet sales presenter. And our cameraman, Dua, will be outside as well if you want to capture a nice photo before you say bye. Will be perfect. And we'll meet you at dinner for whoever can stay. And if you cannot stay, thank you again for coming, and we'll meet again. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.